They say that on the day of her trial, the air in the Russellville courthouse was thick with hate. The good people of Kentucky wanted a hanging. They saw Sally Rice Harper not as a woman, but as a demon's consort, the bride of a monster whose bloody deeds had terrorized the frontier. Yet when she spoke, frail and broken, her testimony of the horrors she'd endured was so chilling it swayed a jury sworn to convict her. She walked free, a survivor who looked a devil in the eye and lived. But the question that haunted the courtroom that day still echoes through the hollows. Was she the ultimate victim or the ultimate performer? To understand the woman in that courtroom, you have to travel back, before the blood and the fear, to the hard-packed dirt floor of a minister's cabin in Knox County, Tennessee. This was Sally Rice's world, a tiny island of order carved out of a vast, chaotic wilderness. Her father, John Rice, was a Methodist minister, a man who fought the frontier's savagery not with a long rifle, but with the Holy Bible. He built her a life fenced in by scripture and piety, where the days were measured by chores and prayer, and a woman's virtue was her most precious possession. Life on the edge of civilization was a brutal teacher. Every day was a lesson in hardship. Winters were lean, sickness was a constant shadow, and the threat of violence from man or beast was as real as the cold mountain wind. Sally was raised to be tough, resourceful, and obedient. She knew how to mend clothes, tend a garden, and stretch a meal to feed one more mouth. But more than anything, she was taught the rigid morality of her father's faith, that the world was a clear battle between good and evil, and a righteous path was the only shield against damnation. But a fence, no matter how strong, can't stop the sounds from the world outside. Through the cracks in her father's rigid world, Sally would have glimpsed another life. She saw the rough-hewn hunters and trappers who passed through, men who lived by their own code, their eyes holding a freedom and a danger she couldn't comprehend. She heard the whispers of tavern brawls, of land disputes settled with a knife, of fortunes made and lost on the turn of a card. These were glimpses of a world that didn't fit neatly into her father's sermons, a world painted in shades of grey. The code her father preached was one of forgiveness, community, and the rule of law. But the mountains had an older, harsher code. It was a code of absolute self-reliance, where an insult to your honor was a debt that could only be paid in blood. It was a code where family was paramount and survival was the only true law. Sally stood with a foot in both worlds. She was her father's daughter, raised in the light, but she was also a child of the frontier, surrounded by an encroaching darkness she was taught to fear, but must have also been secretly curious about. We don't have a record of one single event that defined her youth, but you can imagine a moment that planted a seed of restlessness in her soul. Perhaps it was a traveling merchant, his saddlebags full of colorful cloth and even more colorful stories of cities like Charleston or New Orleans. As he spoke, he might have painted a picture of a world so vast and vibrant that her father's small congregation seemed like a cage. In that moment, the righteous path might have started to feel less like a shield and more like a tether. And so, Sally Rice was a paradox long before the Harps ever laid eyes on her. She was a woman of God, taught to be meek and obedient, yet possessed the quiet resilience that only the frontier can forge. She was steeped in a morality of black and white, but lived on the border of a lawless land where the only color that mattered was the deep red of blood. This internal conflict was the fault line running through her soul, and when the Harper brothers arrived, they were the earthquake that would finally tear her world apart. History doesn't give us a diary from Sally Rice, no collection of letters detailing her hopes and dreams. But we can piece together the life she must have lived, the world that was stolen from her. In the years before the storm, she wasn't a legend or a ghost. She was simply a daughter, a neighbor, and a cornerstone of her father's small, devout community. Her life was one of quiet, relentless purpose. Her hands were rarely still, whether kneading dough for the Sunday communion bread, stitching a quilt for a neighbor's newborn, or tending to the sick with a poultice of herbs her mother had taught her to find. In the eyes of her community, Sally was the very picture of respectable frontier womanhood, pious, diligent, and modest. Young men, clearing their own patches of land and dreaming of starting a family, would have looked upon her with a deep and sober respect. She was the kind of woman you could build a life with, one who would stand by you through harsh winters and uncertain harvests. She was a promise of stability in a world that offered very little of it. Her relationships were woven into the very fabric of this small settlement. There was the deep, if perhaps demanding, love for her father, a man whose approval was her guiding star. There was the easy camaraderie with the other women, a bond forged over shared labors at the washing creek and whispered conversations by the hearth. This wasn't just a place she lived, it was an identity. She was John Rice's daughter, a good Christian woman, a future wife and mother. Her name was clean, her path was clear, and her future seemed as solid as the Appalachian mountains themselves. This was the world at stake. Not a great fortune or a vast tract of land, but something far more precious. A good name, a place in her community, and a future unburdened by shame. It was a simple, fragile world, built on faith and mutual reliance, where the sound of hymns on a Sunday morning could, for a little while, drown out the howl of a wolf in the woods. This was the life Sally Rice knew, a world of simple decency and hard-won peace. And it was about to be burned to the ground. But in every fortress, there is a weak point, and in every soul, a hidden crack. For all her piety and obedience, Sally Rice harbored a fatal flaw, one common to so many people trapped in a life they did not choose, a deep and restless curiosity. It was a yearning for a world larger than the one she could see from her father's doorstep, a hunger for a story that wasn't already written for her in the pages of a hymn book. She was a good daughter, but a part of her spirit chafed under the bit of rigid righteousness. There's a story, a piece of local law that never made it into the official records, that speaks to this hidden side of Sally. They say that sometimes, when she was supposed to be gathering firewood or checking rabbit snares, she would instead climb the highest ridge behind her family's cabin. Up there, clinging to the rocky outcrop, with the wind whipping her hair, she could see the world unfold. Valley after valley, painted in shades of blue and green, stretching out to a horizon that seemed to promise everything and nothing all at once. It was a small, secret act of defiance, a moment of tasting a freedom her father would have called a sin. This hunger for the horizon was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave her a resilience, an inner strength to endure the monotony and hardship of her daily life. But on the other, it made her dangerously naive. She craved experience so badly that she lacked the wisdom to judge its character. She could see the allure of the unknown, but she was utterly blind to its perils. Her father had built a wall of faith around her to protect her from the world's evils, but in doing so, he had left her with no weapons to fight them should they ever breach the walls. And so the crack in her armor was not malice or wickedness, but a deep and dangerous yearning. She was a bird in a well-made cage who spent her days dreaming of the sky, never once considering that the sky was also home to hawks. When the Harp brothers eventually rode into her life, they were not just men. They were the embodiment of that wild, untamed horizon she had only ever glimpsed from the top of a mountain. And her flaw, her desperate curiosity, would prevent her from seeing the shadow of the hawk until its talons were already sunk deep into her flesh. They didn't arrive like a storm, but like a low, unsettling rumble on the horizon. Two men emerging from the deep woods on horseback, their figures dark against the tree line. They approached the rice cabin not with the caution of strangers, but with an unnerving ownership, as if the entire frontier belonged to them. The smaller man, Wiley, was wiry and watchful, but it was the giant Micajah Harp who seemed to suck the very air from the clearing. He was a mountain of a man, his face a mask of hardened leather and dark scowls, and he carried himself with the predatory grace of a bear. Minister John Rice, bound by the sacred frontier code of hospitality, met them at the door. He offered them water and a place to rest their horses, his voice steady with the authority of a man of God. But Big Harp's gaze passed right over him. His eyes, dark and possessing, settled on Sally. And in that moment, the unforgivable affront occurred. It wasn't a shouted threat or a drawn weapon. It was in the way Harp looked at her, not as a person, but as a prize, a piece of property he had just discovered and intended to claim. In his stare, all of her father's laws, all of God's commandments, were dismissed as meaningless. For Sally, this should have been a moment of pure terror. Her father's world was being challenged by a raw, masculine power that was its complete opposite. But her fatal flaw, that restless curiosity, flared to life. This man was not like the shuffling, deferential farm boys from the congregation. He was the wilderness given human form. He was dangerous. He was chaos. He was real in a way that felt more potent than any sermon she had ever heard. The fear was there, a cold knot in her stomach, but beneath it was a terrifying, exhilarating flicker of fascination. This was the spark. The choice that history has debated ever since wasn't really a choice at all. The myth says he seduced her with promises of adventure. The official record says he dragged her screaming from the cabin. The truth likely lies in the murky space between. Perhaps he spoke a few words to her, his voice a low growl that promised to show her that horizon she'd always dreamed of. And perhaps for one foolish, fatal second, she listened. Her curiosity, for the briefest of moments, outweighed her fear. That hesitation was all the opening Big Harp needed. The seduction, if there ever was one, ended there. The instant she was within his reach, the mask of the charismatic rogue fell away to reveal the monster beneath. The affront that began with a look was completed with an act of brutal possession. He grabbed her, and the spell was shattered. The dream of the horizon instantly became the nightmare of a cage on wheels. Her father's shouts, her mother's screams, they became the fading sounds of a world she had just lost forever. The fuse had been lit, not by a grand battle, but by a single damning look and a young woman's naive hunger for a life she was never meant to know. The romance of the horizon, if it ever existed, died within the first mile. Sally Rice's new world was the sweaty flank of a horse, the hard ground at night, and the constant suffocating presence of Big Harp. The warnings were not whispered words from concerned friends, they were actions, each one a brutal lesson in the nature of the beasts who now owned her. The first time Big Harp backhanded her for being too slow to make camp, the shock of it was a deafening bell toll, signaling the end of her old life. This was not an escape. It was a new and more terrible cage. The first door to a life she might have salvaged slammed shut on the banks of a Kentucky river. They had fallen in with a traveler, a man named Langford, who shared his meager rations with them. For a few hours, the conversation was almost normal, a fleeting reminder of common decency. Sally might have felt a flicker of hope. Then, without a word of warning, little Harp's tomahawk came down. The sound, a wet, sickening crack, echoed in the sudden silence. Sally watched, paralyzed, as they looted his body and casually rolled it into the brush. In that moment, she learned the most important rule of her new life. Any kindness shown to her was a death sentence for the one who showed it. To cry for help was to murder the helper. Opportunities to flee must have presented themselves, each one a poisoned chalice. Perhaps one night, with the brothers passed out from a jug of stolen whiskey, she stood at the edge of the firelight, the dark woods promising escape. But where would she go? The wilderness that had once seemed a symbol of freedom was now an accomplice to her captivity, an endless maze of shadows filled with predators, both animal and human. To run was to choose a different, slower death. So she stayed, banking the fire, her inaction a choice made for her by the absolute certainty of what lay in wait, both in the woods around her and in the sleeping forms of the men behind her. With every passing week, her old self, the minister's daughter, began to die a quiet death. The path of no compromise was not a refusal to back down from a fight. It was a total submission to the logic of survival. She learned to read Big Harp's moods in the set of his jaw, to anticipate Wiley's twitchy violence. She learned to make herself small, to be useful, to become a piece of the scenery. Her prayers at night, if she still dared to offer them, must have changed. She no longer prayed for rescue, but for the strength to endure another sunrise. She was not alone in her misery, but the presence of the other women, Susan and Betsy, offered no comfort. They were not sisters in arms, planning a rebellion. They were three separate souls trapped in the same hell, each one a rival for the sliver of tolerance that might spare them a beating. Their shared glances were not of solidarity, but of mutual, desolate understanding. They were a tribe of the damned, and their silence was a pact of survival that isolated each of them completely. The warnings had all been ignored because they were impossible to heed. Each murder she witnessed, each body filled with stones and sunk in a cold river, was another chain binding her to the gang. She was no longer just an innocent captive in her own mind. The blood had spattered too close. The path back to her father's world was turning to ash behind her. To leave now, even if she could, would be to carry the stench of their crimes with her, branding her forever. Her only path forward was the one the Harps carved through the frontier, a trail of blood leading deeper and deeper into a darkness from which there was no return. It came on a humid afternoon at a small, fly-blown trading post on the Green River. For a few brief hours, the world felt almost normal. The Harps were trading stolen furs for salt and lead, their violent energy momentarily focused on the simple act of commerce. Sally, Susan, and Betsy were allowed a few feet of freedom, lingering near a rack of iron pots. It was here that a ghost from her past appeared, a kindly, whiskered man named Gable, who had once supplied her father's community with tools and news from the outside world. He saw her, and his face, weathered and friendly, froze in disbelief. He approached cautiously, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and alarm. "Sally," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "Sally Rice. Child, is that you?" For a heartbeat, the sound of her own name, spoken with kindness, was a physical blow. It was the name of a girl who was dead, a ghost she had long since buried. Hope, a feeling so dangerous she'd forgotten what it felt like, flickered in her chest. Mr. Gable saw the flicker. He leaned closer, his words a desperate, urgent plea. "Your father has been sick with worry. Everyone thinks you're dead. My wagon is just behind the storehouse. I'm leaving at first light, heading east. I can hide you under the canvas. I can take you home, Sally. We can get you home." It was the off-ramp, a clear, well-lit path leading directly out of hell. All she had to do was take his hand, and in that moment, she saw it all play out. She would run. The Harps would notice. Their good mood would curdle into volcanic rage. They would catch the wagon before it cleared the next ridge. They wouldn't just take her back. They would take Mr. Gable, this good and decent man, and they would make him pay for his kindness in ways she couldn't bear to imagine. His blood would be on her hands, another victim of her tainted existence. She looked from his hopeful, pleading face to the hulking form of Big Harp, who was now laughing with the trader, a sound more menacing than any threat. The flicker of hope in her chest was deliberately, painfully extinguished. She had been a prisoner for so long that she now understood its cruelest logic. To save the innocent, you must remain among the damned. She straightened her back, and when she met Mr. Gable's eyes again, they were as cold and empty as a winter sky. "You are mistaken, sir," she said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. "My name is not Sally." She turned her back on him, on her name, on the last chance she would ever have for salvation, and walked calmly back to the monsters she now called her own. The crossroads had been presented, and she had chosen her path. The reckoning came not in a hail of gunfire or a clash of knives, but in a miserable rain-soaked camp on a cold night. The world had shrunk to the size of a weak, sputtering fire, casting dancing shadows that looked like grasping claws. The only sound, other than the miserable drizzle, was the thin, relentless wail of a newborn. It was Susan Wood's infant daughter, a child born into a life of flight and fear, and her crying was like a needle, stitching itself directly into the frayed nerves of Big Harp. He sat staring into the flames, his massive shoulders hunched. He wasn't enraged, not in the way a normal man would be. It was something colder, a deep and profound irritation, the annoyance of a god swatting at a fly. Susan, her face pale and gaunt in the firelight, rocked the child, whispering useless reassurances, her every movement radiating a desperate animal terror. She knew, and they all knew, that in this world, any sound of weakness was an invitation to violence. Then he rose. He moved with a terrifying economy of motion, a hulking shadow detaching itself from the others. He walked over to Susan, not looking at her, but at the source of the noise. Sally's breath caught in her throat, a cold stone lodging itself in her chest. The world seemed to slow down, every detail sharpening into painful focus. The glint of firelight on his wet hair, the dead expression in his eyes, the way Susan flinched, trying to make herself and her child invisible. He reached down. A shot of motion, too quick to comprehend, cut through the night. The crying, which had been the constant pulse of the camp's misery, stopped. It didn't fade. It was just gone. It was replaced by a single sickening sound that the rain almost swallowed. And then, an absolute, profound silence that was 1,000 times louder than the baby's wail had ever been. In that silence, the world had fundamentally and irrevocably changed. Susan Wood's face, which had been a mask of fear, simply collapsed. Her mouth opened in a perfect silent O of horror, but no scream came out. She had seen an act so far beyond the boundaries of human cruelty that her own body couldn't even process the sound it demanded. The tiny bundle she had been desperately trying to quiet was no longer in her arms. From her place across the fire, Sally watched, and a part of her soul turned to ice and shattered. This was the ultimate truth of her captivity. This was not a man driven by greed or revenge. This was a force of nature, a void where a soul should be. She understood then that there was no line he would not cross, no act too monstrous. The argument that had raged between a fragile new life and a world of pure malice was suddenly, permanently over. He turned and walked back to his spot by the fire, as if he had done nothing more than toss a log on the flames. The drizzle continued to fall, hissing in the embers, washing away the evidence of a life that had barely begun. The chilling silence that followed was the sound of a new law being written, one that Sally now understood completely. To survive, you had to be quieter than the dead. After the night of the silent baby, the world of the Harp Gang became a waking purgatory. The air was thick with a new kind of fear, a brittle, silent dread. The women moved like ghosts, their faces hollowed out, their eyes vacant. Even the harps seemed to feel it. Their brutal confidence was curdling into a cornered animal's paranoia. They were no longer hunters, they were prey. The entire frontier had become a vast posse, and every rustle of leaves, every distant dog's bark, was the sound of the world closing in. For Sally, the terror was no longer about what Big Harp might do to her, but about the violent end she now knew was coming for all of them. The final chase was a grim, exhausted flight through the dense canebrakes of western Kentucky. They were running not to escape, but just to delay the inevitable. Then, one hot August morning, the inevitable arrived. It came as a shout from the woods, followed by the thunder of hoofbeats and the crack of long rifles. The posse, led by the vengeful Moses Stegel, descended upon their camp like a righteous flood. Chaos erupted. Sally and the other women scrambled for cover, becoming spectators to the final bloody act of the drama they'd been forced to star in. She saw Big Harp try to make a stand, saw him leveled by a shot that shattered his spine. He fell not like a giant, but like a puppet with its strings cut. As the posse swarmed his crippled, roaring form, Sally watched with a profound and chilling detachment. There was no joy, no relief, only a vast, hollow emptiness. She saw Moses Stegel, his face a mask of cold fury, kneel beside the dying monster. She watched the slow, deliberate work of the knife. And when Stegel raised Harp's head by its matted hair, a gruesome trophy against the morning sky, Sally felt no horror. She had already witnessed the murder of an innocent. This, by comparison, was just the slaughter of a beast. Her state of mind in that moment was not triumph or regret. It was a complete and total exhaustion of the soul. The nightmare was over, but she was not awake. She simply stood by a sycamore tree, dirt-streaked and numb, as the men of the posse, their bloodlust sated, finally turned their attention to the women. A hand, rough but not brutal, took her by the arm. It wasn't the possessive, violent grip of Big Harp. It was the cold, impersonal grip of the law. And in that moment, her life on the run was officially over. She didn't fight. She didn't speak. She simply allowed herself to be led away. For 2 years, she had lived under the absolute tyranny of one man's will. Now, she was a prisoner of another system, one with courthouses and judges instead of campfires and tomahawks. The end of the road had come, but she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that a new and perhaps even more difficult journey was just beginning. While Sally Rice Harper was being led away in chains, the news of her survival began its slow, cruel journey back to her father's cabin in Tennessee. The message was a paradox of relief and damnation. Your daughter is alive, but she is the devil's wife. For Minister John Rice, the man who had built his life on the bedrock of piety and reputation, this was a blow from which he would never recover. The shame was a physical presence in his home, a stain on the family name that no amount of prayer could wash out. His congregation looked at him with pity, but also with suspicion. How could such evil have sprung from the house of God? The wreck of Big Harp's life was not his alone. It had washed up on his doorstep and poisoned the well of his life's work. The damage radiated outward, far beyond one family's shame. The Harp's reign of terror had fundamentally broken the frontier's most sacred code, the code of hospitality. Before their rampage, a stranger at your door was a guest to be fed. After, a stranger was a potential murderer. The trust that held these isolated communities together was shattered. Families who had once shared tools and salt now barred their doors at night, their long rifles kept closer at hand. The Wilderness Road, once a symbol of hope and a pathway to a new life, became a 2-year-long funeral procession, and its reputation was now one of ambush and unmarked graves. The land itself seemed to bear the scars. A certain bend in the river was no longer just a good fishing spot. It was the place they'd sunk John Tully's body. A particular patch of woods was not just timber, it was where the posse had finally cornered the beast. And for years to come, a lonely crossroads in Kentucky would be known only for the grotesque, rotting head of Micajah Harp impaled on a pike, a landmark of frontier justice that served as a permanent reminder of the horror that had passed through. The geography of the region had been rewritten, its landmarks now serving as tombstones. And then there were the other families, the ones whose names were not tied to the killers, but to the victims. For the wives, children, and parents of men like Thomas Langford and John Graves, the death of Big Harp brought no closure. It only cemented their loss. Their lives were now defined by an empty chair at the table, by a future that had been stolen by a moment of senseless, random violence. The Harp's legacy was not just in their own death and infamy, but in the countless quiet tragedies they left in their wake, in the dozens of families whose stories were now permanently rerouted down a path of grief and hardship. The tragedy of the Harper brothers, you see, did not end when a knife sawed through Big Harp's neck. That was simply the end of the killing. The true wreckage was in the survivors, in the communities paralyzed by fear, and in the shadow of suspicion that would fall over Sally Rice's family for a generation. The violence was a stone thrown into the placid pool of the frontier, and its ripples would disturb the waters for decades to come. The Russellville courthouse was little more than a log cabin with a judge's bench. But on the day Sally and the other women were brought to trial, it was the center of the universe. It was packed to the rafters with the husbands, sons and brothers of the Harp's victims, their faces grim, their hands resting on the butts of the pistols in their belts. This was not a crowd seeking justice. They were a congregation demanding a sacrifice. To them, these women were not captives. They were the devil's brood, witches who had lured good men to their deaths. The air was thick with a righteous, murderous hum. This was the ultimate clash of cultures. The court, with its powdered wigs and leather-bound books, operated on the principles of evidence and testimony, of a world governed by man's law. But Sally's defense was based on an unwritten, brutal code that no one in that room, save the other two women, could truly understand. The mountain code of absolute survival. The prosecutor's questions were logical, but to Sally, they were absurd. "Why didn't you try to escape?" he would thunder. How could she explain that escape meant a slower death by starvation or a quicker one upon recapture? Why did you not cry for help? How could she describe the cold certainty that her cry would be a death sentence for whoever was foolish enough to listen? Here, in the crucible of the courtroom, Sally Rice Harper gave the performance of her life. She did not stand tall and defiant. She was the very picture of a broken victim. Frail, emaciated, her voice a fragile whisper, she painted a picture of unendurable horror. She spoke of her abduction, of the constant beatings, of the soul-crushing fear that was her daily bread. She understood her audience perfectly, a jury of stern, patriarchal frontiersmen who believed in the inherent weakness and moral purity of women. She could not be their equal. She had to be their ward, a fallen dove in need of their protection. Her trump card, the story that would save her life, was the murder of Susan Wood's infant daughter. As she recounted the tale, a hush fell over the hostile courtroom. She described the baby's relentless crying, Big Harp's cold annoyance, and the final sickening moment of silence. She looked at the 12 grim-faced men on the jury, her eyes brimming with tears she had learned to summon on command, or perhaps they were horrifyingly real. What chance, her voice cracked, did an unarmed woman have against a beast who would snatch his own child from her mother's arms and silence her against a tree? That single, horrific image shattered the prosecution's case. It was a truth so monstrous it transcended legal arguments. In that moment, the men on the jury no longer saw an accomplice. They saw their own wives, their own daughters, and imagined them in the grip of such an inhuman force. The code of the mountains, the law of survival, had finally been translated into a language the court could understand. It was the language of pure, unrestrained evil, an evil against which they reasoned no woman could possibly stand. The verdict, when it came, was a shock that rippled through the courtroom. Not guilty. Sally Rice was acquitted. A murmur of disbelief and anger went through the crowd, but the law had spoken. True justice, however, remained an open question. Was this a triumph of empathy, a rare moment where a court understood the realities of coercion and abuse? Or was it the ultimate con, a masterful manipulation by a hardened survivor who knew exactly what a roomful of men needed to hear to let her go free? The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains and the whispers of the people who lived in them would keep their own verdict for centuries to come. While Sally walked free, the story of the Harps was not yet fully written. The main antagonist, the hulking Big Harp, had already met a gruesome end, his head left to the sun and the crows. But the other side of that evil coin, his brother wily Little Harp, had cheated the hangman's rope. Before he could be tried and executed, he and Betsy Roberts managed to escape the flimsy Russellville jail, slipping through the bars like a shadow and vanishing back into the wilderness that had spawned them. The law had failed. The monster was not dead. It had merely shed its skin. For a time, Little Harp prospered in the only way he knew how. He changed his name, calling himself John Seton, and fell in with another notorious gang of river pirates led by Samuel Mason. He went right back to a life of robbery and murder along the Natchez Trace, proving that the evil was not just in his brother, but was a deep and shared corruption. He found a new pack to run with, and for a while it seemed as if he might just get away with it all, a ghost of the frontier's greatest nightmare, still preying on the innocent. But the story of Wiley Harp ends with a final bitter twist of irony. It wasn't a lawman's rifle or a judge's gavel that ended his story. It was greed. A large bounty was placed on the head of his new leader, Samuel Mason. Seeing an opportunity, Harp and another outlaw conspired to murder Mason and claim the reward money. They brought Mason's severed head to the authorities in Mississippi, expecting a hero's welcome and a heavy purse. But a witness there recognized them, not as heroes, but as wanted outlaws in their own right. Wiley Harp had come to claim the bounty on another man's head, only to have the price put on his own. He was captured, tried, and finally sentenced to hang. His end came in January of 1804. After the execution, in a grim echo of his brother's fate, his own head was cut off and impaled on a pike along the Natchez Trace as a warning to other outlaws. There was no simple victory of good over evil here. Little Harp was brought down by his own boundless avarice, a victim of the same brutal, self-serving code he had lived by. The scales of justice were balanced not by a noble hand, but by the weight of a bag of silver, proving that in the violent garden of the frontier, sometimes the only thing that could kill a snake was another, hungrier snake. For Sally Rice, freedom was not a celebration, it was a disappearing act. She walked out of that courthouse and straight into the arms of a man named John Davis, a farmer who, for reasons lost to history, was willing to take a chance on a woman with a past as dark as a Kentucky cave. She became Mrs. Davis, a name as plain and sturdy as a split-rail fence, and settled in Logan County. She had more children, raised them, and worked her fingers to the bone, trying to build a wall of ordinary days high enough to block the view of the horrors she had seen. But you can't outrun your own shadow. She could change her name, but she couldn't change her face. For the rest of her life, she must have lived with the sideways glances at the market, the conversations that stopped when she entered a room. Every new friendship was a risk, every question about her past a carefully navigated minefield. Her life was a performance of normalcy, an endless effort to prove she was just a farmer's wife, not the woman who had shared a campfire with monsters. Her descendants, the Davises, grew up under the weight of a story that was never fully told, a quiet, unspoken tension in their family's foundation. The most haunting legacy, however, was a ghost. During her time with the Harps, Sally had given birth to a daughter, a child fathered by one of the brothers. What became of this baby, this innocent soul born of such a demonic union? History offers no answer. Did she die on the trail, another forgotten victim? Did Sally, in an act of desperate love, give the child away to a stranger to grant her a life free of the Harp name? Or did she raise the child in secret, constantly looking for the father's darkness in her daughter's eyes? This lost child is the true, aching heart of Sally's tragedy, a life that began and ended in a question mark. The community, too, sought to heal itself through a deep and profound silence. The Harp affair was not something to be discussed in polite company. The facts were too sharp, too painful, so they were smoothed down into a scary story to frighten children into behaving. People rebuilt, they planted crops, they raised families, but the memory of the Harpers became a part of the landscape, a permanent scar hidden just beneath the surface. They didn't heal by confronting the past, They healed by burying it alive, hoping its ghost would not find its way back to the surface. But of course, it always does. Time has a way of smoothing the sharpest edges of history. In Webster County, Kentucky, there is a quiet country lane called Harp's Head Road. Today, it's just a stretch of asphalt where people drive to work and kids ride their bikes. But the name is a deep and permanent scar on the map, a physical reminder of the monster who was brought to justice nearby. His evil was so profound it literally branded the land. His name is a shout, an eternal warning. But if you go looking for a monument to Sally Rice Harper, you won't find one. There is no Sally's Ridge or Rice's Run. She is buried somewhere in Logan County under a simple weathered tombstone that likely bears the name Davis, a name that was not her curse, but her shield. Her greatest monument is her own successful disappearance, her deliberate fading into the background of history. She ran from her own name, and in a way, she succeeded. Yet her story never truly died. It didn't become a heroic ballad sung by firelight. It became something darker, a piece of grim local folklore, a cautionary tale told to young women about the charismatic danger that can hide behind a handsome face, or the terrifying speed at which a life can come undone. She became a ghost in the machine of the harp legend, the most haunting and ambiguous figure in a story filled with simple, brutal men. And so, her spirit haunts those mountains in a way that is far more subtle and unsettling than that of the harps. Their evil is a known quantity, a black hole of violence. Her ghost is the question that lingers in the quiet places. When you stand on a high ridge overlooking those old hills, you can almost feel it. While Big Harp's name is a shout of infamy, Sally's is a whisper in the pines, the ghost of a choice, a question that the wind still asks in the high, lonely places. Was she the innocent dove or the clever serpent? So we return to the question that hung in the air of that Russellville courthouse. Was Sally Rice Harper the ultimate victim or the ultimate performer? The truth, as it so often does in these old mountains, refuses to be so simple. She was undeniably a victim, a young woman stolen from her world and subjected to 2 years of unimaginable horror. But to survive the judgment of men after surviving the cruelty of monsters, she had to become a performer. She took the most traumatic event of her life, the murder of an innocent baby, and fashioned it into a key to unlock her own cage. Her performance was not a lie, it was the horrifying truth, weaponized. In the end, this is a story about the terrible, soul-altering cost of survival. It's a lesson in what happens when an ordinary person is thrown into a world of absolute evil and is forced to learn its brutal logic to see another sunrise. To live, Sally had to bury a part of herself so deep it might never have returned. She had to learn to be silent when every fiber of her being screamed, to be still when her instinct was to run, and to turn her back on the last good man who offered her a hand. Her survival was not a clean triumph. It was a messy, painful, and morally ambiguous victory won on the monster's terms. The ghosts of the Harper brothers are loud and bloody. They are simple tales of butchery and frontier justice. But the ghost of Sally Rice is the one that lingers. It's a quiet, unsettling whisper that asks the most difficult question of all. She escaped the devil, yes, she even outlived him. But when you are known to history only as the devil's wife, can you ever truly be free of his shadow? And that, my friends, is the chilling ballad of Sally Rice Harper. A reminder that when you're forced to live with monsters, the most terrifying question isn't whether you will survive, but what part of you will have to die in order to do so. On September 14, 2007, a clerk in the Douglas County Courthouse in Nebraska stamped a document that would send a shockwave through the entire legal world. It was a lawsuit, like thousands of others, but the name listed for the defendant wasn't a person or a corporation. It was God, The newspapers called it the act of a madman, a joke taken too far. But the man who filed it was no fool. He was one of the most powerful politicians in the state. Today, we push past the laughter and the headlines to ask a question that strikes at the very heart of law and faith. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? To understand the lawsuit, you first have to understand the man. Ernie Chambers wasn't some crackpot off the street. He was a living legend in Nebraska politics. For nearly 4 decades, he was a senator in the state's unique one-house legislature. He was a lion, a civil rights champion whose voice boomed through the marble halls of the Capitol, fighting for the poor, the forgotten, and the marginalized. He was known for his razor-sharp mind, his unmatched eloquence, and a stubborn refusal to back down from any fight he believed was just. He was a master of the law. He didn't just know the rules. He knew their spirit, their history, and most importantly, their weaknesses. He had spent a lifetime watching the gears of justice turn, sometimes with agonizing slowness, sometimes with breathtaking fairness. He believed in the system, or at least he believed in what it was supposed to be, a shield for the innocent and a sword against the powerful. But in the mid-2000s, Senator Chambers saw a sickness creeping into the courts he so respected. He saw lawsuits that seemed to defy common sense, clogging the dockets and turning halls of justice into a circus. People suing for anything and everything, using the sacred process of the law to settle petty grievances or chase easy money. To a man like Chambers, this wasn't just inefficient. It was a perversion, a mockery of the very idea of justice. He felt the system was becoming a parody of itself. He could have given a fiery speech on the Senate floor. He could have written a scathing newspaper column. But Ernie Chambers wasn't a man who settled for small gestures. He believed that to expose an absurdity, you had to meet it with an even greater absurdity. An idea began to form in his mind, an idea so radical, so audacious, it could only come from a man who knew the law so well he was willing to break its unwritten rules. He decided he would file a lawsuit of his own, but his target wouldn't be a person or a company. He would aim higher. He would take the logic of the frivolous lawsuit and push it to its absolute metaphysical limit. He was about to demonstrate the flaw in the system by creating a case so perfectly logical and yet so utterly impossible that no one would ever be able to forget it. The calm of the Nebraska judicial system was about to be shattered. And so, on a Friday in September, Ernie Chambers walked into the Douglas County Courthouse and fired his shot. The document he filed read not like a legal complaint, but like an indictment against the cosmos itself. With the cold, precise language of the law, he laid out his case against the defendant, God. He accused the Almighty of being directly responsible for untold suffering, for unleashing deadly floods, terrifying hurricanes, and violent tornadoes upon the world. The lawsuit went further. It charged God with making terroristic threats on a global scale, promising death, destruction, and eternal damnation to billions of people, including Senator Chambers and his constituents in Nebraska. It claimed the defendant's actions sowed fear, incited hatred, and led directly to wars, oppression, and genocide. And what did the plaintiff demand? Not money. He demanded a permanent injunction. He asked a human judge to issue a legal order telling God to stop. You can just imagine the silence in the clerk's office as they read the defendant's name. But it was a legally filed document, and they had no choice but to accept it. The news spread like a prairie fire. First, it was a local curiosity, then a statewide joke. Within days, it was international news. The courthouse was flooded with calls from journalists around the world. Was it real? Was the senator serious? To anyone who thought it was a prank, Chambers had a chillingly simple and logical response. He argued that if the courthouse doors were open to any citizen with a grievance, no matter how frivolous it seemed, then they had to be open to him too. He was a citizen. He had a grievance. He had identified the responsible party. The system, he was saying, had to either hear his case or admit that its doors were not, in fact, open to all. The trap had been set. The court had no choice but to respond. The case landed on the desk of Judge Marlon Polk, a man who had dedicated his life to the clear, predictable order of the law. And with that, the entire judicial system of Douglas County, a place built on evidence and procedure, found itself staring into a black hole of its own making. The machinery of justice, designed to handle earthly disputes, had just been tasked with judging heaven. You see, for the wheels of justice to even begin to turn, a fundamental step must be taken. The defendant must be officially notified. A summons must be served. It is the cornerstone of due process, a right so sacred that without it, no case can proceed. And that single simple rule became the entire battlefield. The lawsuit's central question wasn't about floods or tornadoes. It was this: how do you hand a piece of paper to a being who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the courtroom, Senator Chambers stood before Judge Polk, his face a mask of solemn purpose. He argued with brilliant, infuriating logic. He stated that since the defendant, God, is by definition omniscient, he must already know about the lawsuit. Therefore, a formal summons was an unnecessary piece of human bureaucracy. The court was in a bind. To agree with Chambers would be to make a theological ruling. To disagree would be to ignore the plaintiff's point. Imagine being Judge Marlon Polk, sitting on that bench, the weight of centuries of legal precedent resting on your shoulders. The courtroom wasn't filled with the sounds of chaos. There were no shouts, no struggle. There was only a profound, suffocating silence. It was the sound of a system encountering a problem it was never designed to solve. The air was thick with the tension of an impossible choice. The world's media watched, waiting for the verdict, but the judge was trapped. This wasn't a slaughter of men, but a slaughter of certainty. The weapon wasn't a rifle, but a paradox. Every path the judge could take led to a contradiction. If he dismissed the case as frivolous, he would be violating the principle of open courts that Chambers was so cleverly exploiting. If he allowed it to proceed, he would be throwing the rulebook out the window. The case became a ghost in the machine of justice. It couldn't move forward. It couldn't be dismissed on its merits. The court, an institution of immense power, was rendered utterly impotent. The legal process was bleeding out on the courtroom floor, not from a wound of violence, but from a single, unanswerable question. The mighty sword of the law had struck against the infinite, and it simply stopped. For weeks, the lawsuit hung in the air over Douglas County, a question mark suspended in the halls of justice. The initial shock had given way to a tense, expectant silence. In his chambers, Judge Marlon Polk found himself in a legal no-man's land. He couldn't simply laugh the case out of court. Ernie Chambers was a respected senator, and his legal argument, however bizarre its premise, was technically sound. He was exploiting a loophole in the system's own philosophy of open access. The judge was a man of the book. He searched through volumes of case law, looking for precedent, for any case in history that could offer a sliver of guidance. But there was none. He was searching for a map in a country that didn't exist. The choice before him was monumental. Either he would break the court's own procedural rules, or he would allow a case against God to proceed. Either option would create a legal earthquake. Outside the courthouse walls, the story had become a global phenomenon. Legal scholars debated the jurisdictional paradox on television. Theologians argued the implications of a court even considering the matter. Late-night comedians told jokes, but beneath the laughter was a genuine fascination. Ernie Chambers had done more than file a lawsuit. He had posed a philosophical riddle that caught the imagination of the entire world. And what of Senator Chambers himself? He was the calm at the center of the storm. He gave interviews, not with the triumphant smirk of a prankster, but with the measured tone of a professor. He calmly and patiently explained his reasoning to anyone who asked. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. He had laid the trap, and now he simply watched as the entire legal world wrestled with it. exposing the very absurdity he had set out to demonstrate. The community wasn't in fear, but in a state of captivated disbelief. The courthouse, normally a place of quiet, everyday dramas, had become the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Everyone was waiting. The silence from the judge's chambers stretched on, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was the silence of a system thinking, of a man wrestling with an impossible problem, preparing to render a judgment that would be remembered for decades to come. And then, the day came. Judge Marlon Polk entered the courtroom, the weight of his decision palpable in the silent, crowded room. This wasn't a trial in the traditional sense. There were no witnesses called to the stand, no dramatic cross-examinations. The battle was fought entirely on the sterile landscape of legal procedure. The world's media held their breath, waiting to see how a small county court would solve a problem that had stumped philosophers for millennia. Judge Polk didn't try to answer the unanswerable. He didn't rule on whether God was responsible for hurricanes or whether the lawsuit had merit. He did something far more clever. He found his answer not in theology, but in the mundane, practical rules of civil procedure. He found the one thread that could unravel the entire case without touching the explosive questions at its core. He dismissed the case. But the reason he gave was a masterpiece of judicial logic. He stated that for the court to hear a case, it must first have jurisdiction over the defendant. And to establish that jurisdiction, the defendant must be properly served a summons. Since the defendant, God, had no fixed address and could not be served notice, the court simply had no power to proceed. The case was thrown out not because it was absurd, but because in the eyes of the law, the Almighty couldn't be found. It was a brilliant legal escape. The judge didn't try to slay the dragon. He simply declared that there was no address to send the challenge to. But Ernie Chambers didn't see it as a defeat. He stood before the reporters, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He argued that the judge's ruling was, in its own way, a profound victory for his cause. For the court to declare that it couldn't find God's address, he reasoned, it first had to implicitly acknowledge that there was someone to find. The verdict was in. The law of men had been applied. The system had protected itself by retreating behind its own procedural walls. But was it justice? Or was it the most elegant sidestep in legal history, a moment where the human system of rules looked into the infinite and chose, wisely, to look away? The gavel had fallen, but the real questions were left hanging, unanswered, in the quiet air of the courtroom. The television cameras eventually left Omaha. The reporters filed their last stories, and the world's attention moved on to the next spectacle. But the case of Chambers versus God never truly disappeared. It simply sank into the bedrock of legal history, becoming something of a legend. Today, it's a story told in law school classrooms, a famous case study used to teach the dry-as-dust concept of jurisdiction. It's a ghost story that lawyers tell, a cautionary tale about the absolute limits of the law. As for Senator Ernie Chambers, he didn't fade into obscurity. He went right back to the Capitol building and continued his life's work. He remained that lion of the Nebraska legislature for years, a fierce, unapologetic voice for his constituents, a constant thorn in the side of the establishment. When he finally left office, he was the longest-serving state senator in Nebraska's history. His legacy is one of fighting for the powerless, and this lawsuit was just his most famous weapon in a long and storied career. And the lawsuit itself? That document is still there, filed away in the archives of the Douglas County Courthouse. It's just a few pages of typed words in a manila folder, a humble physical artifact of a metaphysical battle. It bears no special markings. It isn't framed on a wall, but it is a silent witness, a tangible piece of a story that seems too absurd to be true. It's proof that once, a man walked into a courthouse and tried to hold the creator of the universe accountable under the laws of Nebraska. Most people have forgotten the headlines. and the name Marlon Polk is just another name on a long list of judges. But the system remembers. The archives remember. The story of that impossible lawsuit has become a permanent, if strange, part of American legal folklore, an echo in the halls of justice that serves as a quiet reminder of the day a mortal man used human rules to challenge the divine. So we come back to the question we started with. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? The simple answer is, the court finds a way out. The system protects itself. But that's not the real lesson here. Ernie Chambers never expected to win an injunction against God. He wasn't trying to stop the rain. He was trying to make a point. This story isn't really about a battle between a man and his maker. It's a story about a brilliant mind using the logic of the law against itself to ask an eternal question. Who is truly responsible for the suffering in the world? And where are the limits of our own systems of justice? He held a mirror up to the court and forced it to admit that there are some problems, some defendants, that are simply too big for its rules to handle. It's a story of protest in its purest, most creative form. It teaches us that sometimes, to expose an absurdity, you must become an even greater one. Ernie Chambers was willing to look like a fool to the entire world to prove a point about the sanctity of justice. He never got a response from the defendant, but he forced a worldwide conversation, and in doing so, he achieved a far greater victory. In the heart of Tennessee's mountains stands a stone beast the locals called the End of the Road, Brushy Mountain State Prison. They built it to hold the most dangerous men alive, but they say the real jailer wasn't the guards or the walls, but the ancient, unforgiving mountain itself. The official history tells of riots, brutality, and the escape of America's most hated man. But the old tales whisper of something darker, a curse born of blood and coal, one that traps souls within its stones long after their sentences have ended. Today, we'll peel back the layers of time and fear to ask, what really happened inside the prison that the mountain would never let go? Before the first stone of Brushy Mountain was laid, before its shadow fell across the valley, this was a different world. The Cumberland Mountains weren't a cage, they were a sanctuary. Life here moved to the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the rising sun and the flow of the creeks. Families lived in cabins tucked into deep hollows, surrounded by forests so thick they seemed to swallow the sky. It was a hard life, to be sure, carved out of rock and stubborn soil, but it was a life of profound freedom. The men of this place were miners, but they were free men. Every morning, they'd walk into the dark mouths of the earth, not in chains, but with a lunch pail in one hand and a pickaxe in the other. This work was brutal, dangerous, and it stole the breath from their lungs, but it was honest. It was how they fed their children and kept a fire in the hearth. They were bound not by guards, but by a powerful, unspoken code of community. They looked out for one another because in the deep dark, your neighbor was the only law that mattered. They were a proud and independent people, descendants of Scots-Irish settlers who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and a life of their own making. They asked for little from the outside world and wanted even less from its governments. Their wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their gardens, the strength of their families, and the unshakable knowledge that this land, these hills, these creeks, belonged to them. They had everything they needed. But far away from these quiet hollows, in the halls of power, men with ledgers and contracts were drawing lines on maps. They saw the rich seams of coal not as a lifeline for mountain families, but as fuel for a new industrial age. And to get that fuel as cheaply as possible, they were willing to make a deal with the devil. A plan was being hatched, a monstrous idea that would turn the state's prisons into a source of cheap labor. A rumor began to snake through the mountains. A whisper of a new kind of miner coming to the creeks, a miner who worked in chains and who would take the very bread from their tables. The world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. The ground for this conflict had been fertile for generations. The people of the mountains had a long and bitter memory when it came to outsiders with promises and contracts. They remembered their grandfathers telling stories of timber barons who stripped the hills bare and left, and land agents who tricked men who couldn't read into signing away their mineral rights for a pittance. So when the coal companies arrived, they were viewed with a deep, ingrained suspicion. The company men, with their clean hands and city suits, were a different breed, and their promises of prosperity always seemed to come with a hidden cost. This new threat, the convict lease system, was an echo of those old grievances. It wasn't just about jobs, it was about dignity. The miners saw it as a deliberate slap in the face, a message from the state and the companies that their hard, dangerous labor was worth so little it could be replaced by the forced toil of prisoners. It was, in their eyes, a different kind of slavery being brought to their doorstep, designed to break their unions and grind them into submission. The old wound of being seen as backward and expendable by the outside world was torn open once again. The talk started in whispers, carried from one mining camp to the next. A man would come over the ridge from Coal Creek with news, his voice low and urgent as he shared what he'd heard. At first, it was just rumors. They're building a stockade up by the Briceville mine. Heard they signed a contract with the state for 100 men. At the company store, at church gatherings, around the fire at night, the whispers grew into a steady, angry murmur. Soon, the talk started to curdle. Fear and speculation twisted the facts into something monstrous. 100 convicts became 500. A plan to supplement the workforce became a plot to replace them all. Every word was like a piece of dry kindling, carefully stacked at the miners' doorsteps. The convicts themselves, men they had never seen, were no longer viewed as unfortunate souls. They became a faceless symbol of the miners' own impending starvation, the instrument of their destruction. The community, once bound by solidarity, was now bound by a shared and growing rage. The fuse that had been sputtering for months was finally lit in the summer of 1891. The Tennessee Coal Mining Company, emboldened by the state's backing, made its move. They fired their free miners at Briceville, evicted them from their company-owned homes, and marched in a new workforce, convicts in black and white stripes, shackled and under the watch of armed guards. This was no longer a threat whispered in the shadows. It was a reality, stark and brutal. Men who had spent their lives in the mines were now cast out, watching from the hills as prisoners took their place. The initial reaction was a wave of cold, silent fury. That night, in a secluded hollow, lit only by the flickering light of torches, hundreds of miners gathered. You could see the resolve hardening in their eyes. These were not men given to idle threats. They were men of action, pushed to the absolute edge. They didn't speak of protest or petitions. They spoke of taking back what was theirs. A decision was made, a pact sealed not with a handshake, but with the grim nodding of heads and the quiet cleaning of rifles. They would not stand by and starve. Before dawn on July 14th, 300 armed miners descended from the mountains, moving like ghosts through the morning mist. They surrounded the convict stockade at Briceville. There was no shouting, no chaotic mob. This was a disciplined, determined force. They presented their ultimatum to the guards: surrender the stockade and the prisoners, or face the consequences. The guards, looking out at the sea of determined faces and the barrels of hundreds of rifles glinting in the twilight, knew they stood no chance. They surrendered without a shot being fired. But what happened next stunned the authorities. The miners didn't harm the convicts. They saw them not as enemies, but as fellow victims of a corrupt system. They broke open the stockade, gave the prisoners food and civilian clothes, and marched them to the nearest train station. They put them on a train and sent them to Knoxville with a simple, defiant message for the governor. We will not work alongside convicts, and we will not allow them to work here. They had committed an open act of insurrection. They had drawn a line in the coal dust, and in doing so had declared war on the state of Tennessee. There was no turning back now. The first move had been made, and the entire state held its breath, waiting for the violent reply that was sure to come. The state's answer to the rebellion wasn't a single battle, but a slow, grinding execution of the human spirit. They found their diabolical solution. They would build their own prison with their own mine, and the miners who had defied them would be its first inhabitants, and they would build it themselves. They brought them in chains, not to a finished building, but to the raw, untamed foot of Brushy Mountain. Their first order was to pick up a sledgehammer and attack the very cliffs that would become their tomb. This wasn't a slaughter of bullets and knives, it was a slaughter of exhaustion and despair. The days began before sunrise and ended long after sunset, a relentless rhythm of steel striking stone. The air, thick with grey dust, became a constant shroud, coating their skin, filling their lungs, and turning their desperate coughs into a rasping choir. The only sounds were the sharp crack of the guards' whips against the rock, the groans of men lifting stones beyond their strength, and the rhythmic, hollow clang of hammers that beat like a dying heart. From the nearby hollows, you couldn't see the faces of the men, only their silhouettes against the raw face of the mountain. You'd see them moving like specters in the dust, a long, broken line of humanity being slowly erased. Sometimes, a silhouette would simply falter and disappear, collapsing in a heap. There was no ceremony. The work wouldn't even pause. The others would just keep swinging, their eyes fixed on the stone in front of them, not daring to look at the man who had just been swallowed by the mountain. The mountain itself seemed to be a silent, hungry participant. The stones they quarried were cold and sharp, tearing at their hands until they were raw and bleeding. It was as if the mountain was demanding a price, and the mortar that would hold the walls together was a mixture of sand, water, and the sweat and blood of these men. Every stone they lifted was soaked in their misery. Every block they set in place was a monument to their stolen freedom. With their own bleeding hands, they built their tomb, stone by agonizing stone. They watched the walls rise around them, a grey tide of granite that blotted out the trees, the sky, and any last sliver of hope. They were building their own cage, and they knew it. The final act of this slaughter was not a gunshot, but a sound. The deafening clang of a massive iron gate swinging shut for the very first time. The lock turned, and the men who had built the fortress were now its first official prisoners. Their rebellion was over. Their world was gone, and the mountain had them. When the last stone was set, and the great iron gate slammed shut, a new kind of silence fell over the valley. It was not the peaceful quiet of the mountains. It was a silence so deep it had weight, pressing down on the men inside and the hollows outside. The dust of construction settled, revealing the finished prison not as a building, but as a scar of grey stone carved into the green landscape. The Coal Creek War was over. The rebellion was crushed. And for the men who had fought for their freedom, the world had shrunk to the space between 4 stone walls. Inside, they were no longer miners or rebels. They were stripped of their names, their clothes, their pasts, and given a number and a striped uniform. The fight for justice was replaced by a grim, daily struggle for survival. And in the cruelest twist of fate, the state opened its own coal mine right on the prison grounds. The very thing they had fought against, being forced to work in a mine to enrich the state, had become their life sentence. They now descended into the earth each day, not as free men, but as the state's property, digging the black heart out of the mountain that held them captive. For those who survived the mines, a new society began to form within the walls, governed by its own brutal laws. The guards were kings, their word absolute, and their fists the only justice. The slightest infraction could land a man in the hole, a pitch-black cell deep in the foundations, a place where the damp chill and total darkness were designed to strip away not just hope, but sanity itself. A hierarchy of violence took root among the inmates, and the men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in rebellion now looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Outside, in the surrounding communities, the prison stood as a constant, terrifying monument to their defeat. The mountain had swallowed their husbands, their sons, their fathers. The spirit of defiance that had burned so brightly was extinguished, replaced by a pervasive fear. Families spoke of the men in Brushy Mountain in hushed whispers, as if the very walls had ears. The fortress had not only imprisoned the rebels, it had put a stranglehold on the spirit of the entire region. The authorities had won. Brushy Mountain became their grim trophy, a symbol of absolute power and a chilling warning to anyone who would dare to challenge the system again. The rumors that bled out from behind the walls, tales of brutality, of men lost in the mines, of souls broken in the dark, only served their purpose, cementing the prison's reputation as the end of the road. A new, dark chapter had begun, written in coal dust and human despair. The state's response was not to send lawmen, it was to send an army. The Tennessee State Militia, hundreds of them, descended upon the mountains by train. They were flatlanders, boys from the cities and farms, clad in uniforms that stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest. They came not to investigate a crime, but to put down an insurrection. Local sheriffs and deputies, men who had grown up with the miners, were brushed aside. This was no longer a local dispute. It was a military occupation. Their orders were simple: hunt down the leaders of the rebellion and make an example of them. But the miners had vanished. They melted back into the landscape that had birthed them, becoming ghosts in their own land. They knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every forgotten cave and abandoned mine shaft. The mountains that had been their home now became their fortress, a vast, tangled labyrinth where they held every advantage. The militia, accustomed to open fields and city streets, were utterly lost here. The mountains themselves fought against them with steep ridges, sudden ravines, and a disorienting wilderness that seemed to change with the light. The hunt became a brutal, nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. Patrols of soldiers would march up the creeks, their movements clumsy and loud, while the men they were hunting watched silently from the high ground. A snapping twig, a bird call that sounded just a little off, these were the signals that passed between the hidden men. A silent war was waged in the shadows, a war of fear and attrition. The militia, frustrated and angry, turned their attention to the families left behind. They raided cabins in the dead of night, tearing homes apart in search of fugitives, their bayonets a constant threat meant to break the mountain people's code of silence. But that code ran deeper than fear. Hiding a man on the run wasn't just an act of defiance, it was a sacred duty. A network of whispers and secret signs kept the fugitives fed and informed. A lantern left burning in a specific window, a quilt of a certain pattern hung on a clothesline. These were the messages the soldiers couldn't read. For months, the community held fast, a wall of silence and deception against the invaders. Eventually, though, the siege began to take its toll. A winter in the mountains is long, and hunger is a powerful persuader. The state posted bounties, turning the price of a man's freedom into a bag of flour and a few dollars, a fortune for a starving family. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall of silence began to crack. One by one, the leaders were found. They were discovered not in a blaze of gunfire, but huddled by a low fire in an abandoned prospecting cabin, their faces gaunt with hunger. They were cornered in the dark tunnels of a played-out mine, surrendering with the quiet exhaustion of men who know their road has come to an end. There was no fight left in them. In their eyes was not the fire of rebellion, but the cold ash of defeat. They were bound in chains and marched down from the hills, often past their own homes, where their wives and children watched in stoic silence. Their long, desperate hunt in the shadows was over, and they all knew where they were going next. They were being taken back to the stone monster they had built, this time to be fed into its belly. The trials, when they came, were not about discovering truth. They were a public ritual of humiliation, a final breaking of the miners' spirit. The leaders of the rebellion were marched in chains into county courthouses packed to the rafters. On one side sat their families, women and children with faces carved from stone, their eyes holding a silent, defiant grief. On the other side were the company men in their starched collars and the state officials, their expressions a mixture of triumph and contempt. The air was thick with a tension you could taste, held in check only by the armed militia who lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the power now. The miners themselves sat in the dock, not with the downcast eyes of criminals, but with a quiet, exhausted dignity. These were not men who understood the intricate language of the law. They understood the simple justice of the mountains. You don't let your family starve. They listened as slick city prosecutors, using words they barely recognized, painted them as anarchists and violent insurrectionists, a threat to civilization itself. They were accused of destroying property, but the property in question was the state's right to the labor of other human beings. The proceedings were a tragic farce. Witnesses were brought forth, men whose will had been broken or whose loyalty had been bought with a bounty. The defense was a token effort, a whisper against a hurricane of state power. The jury, often composed of merchants and landowners who benefited from the company's presence, listened with closed faces and closed hearts. The real verdict had been decided months before, not in a jury room, but in the governor's mansion and the coal company's boardroom. When the foreman finally stood to read the verdict, there was no gasp of surprise. Guilty. The word fell into the silent room like a stone into a deep well. There were no tears from the families, only a tightening of jaws. The company men exchanged quiet, satisfied nods. The defendants themselves simply stared ahead, their faces betraying nothing. They had known from the moment the chains were locked on their wrists that this was the only possible outcome. Their freedom was gavelled away, their fight officially declared a crime. But the final, cruelest blow was the sentence. The judge, a man who saw them not as desperate fathers, but as a disease to be cured, condemned them to years of hard labor. And in a moment of supreme, calculated irony, he sentenced them to serve that time at the new Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. They were being sent back to the stone monster they had been forced to build, to work the state's coal mine under the very system they had risked their lives to destroy. Was it justice? Or was it merely the law of the powerful, a tool to crush the desperate and sanctify the cruel? The mountains had their own code of right and wrong, but on that day, the law of men had spoken, and its voice was the sound of a prison gate slamming shut. Today, you can drive right up to the gates of Brushy Mountain. It's a tourist attraction. You can take a guided tour, eat at a restaurant called the Warden's Table, and even buy moonshine legally distilled on the very grounds where men were once broken. Tourists smile for photos, posing in the cell that once held James Earl Ray, their laughter echoing in the same spaces that once held only despair. It is a strange, surreal carnival built on a foundation of forgotten pain. But if you look past the gift shop and the polished exhibits, the echoes of that first desperate fight are still there. Run your hand along the cold, grey stones of the outer wall. You're touching the very blocks that were quarried and hoisted into place by the exhausted, bleeding hands of the Coal Creek rebels. The prison itself is their truest, most terrible monument. Most of those men never saw the outside world again. They died in the prison mine, their lungs choked with coal dust, or they simply withered away in the hole. Their names are largely lost to history, etched only on the crumbling pages of forgotten ledgers. But their bloodlines still run through these hollows. Their great-grandchildren still live on the same land, and in their families, the story of the war is passed down not as history, but as a quiet, stubborn legend of defiance. The physical traces are scattered across the landscape like old bones. In the woods around the prison, there are patches of unmarked graves, simple field stones marking the final resting places of convicts the state didn't bother to send home. The old mine portals, the very ones the rebels worked, are still visible as dark, collapsed scars on the mountainside, sealed with concrete but still seeming to exhale a cold, dead air. A few miles away, near the town once called Coal Creek, a small metal plaque now stands, officially acknowledging the conflict. It's a quiet, understated nod to a war that once set these mountains on fire. Most people who drive past that sign have no idea what it means. The story has been paved over by new roads and drowned out by the noise of the modern world. But when the last tour bus leaves Brushy Mountain for the day and the sun sinks behind the ridge, the old silence returns. And in that silence, you can feel it. The wind whistling through the empty cell blocks sounds like a whisper. The chill that settles in the valley has nothing to do with the weather. The tourists may forget the story as soon as they drive away, but the stones of this prison have not. The mountain remembers everything. So we return to the question that hangs in the cold air of this valley. What is the real curse of Brushy Mountain? Is it the restless spirit of a long-dead inmate, or the shadows that flicker in empty cells? The truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is something far more human and therefore far more chilling. The curse of Brushy Mountain was not born of supernatural forces. It was forged in the fire of human greed and ratified by the cold hand of injustice. The prison wasn't just built on a foundation of stone. It was built on the ashes of a people's rebellion for the simple right to live with dignity. This is more than just the story of a building. It is a story about the indomitable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to men who were told their hard lives and their families didn't matter, and who answered by shaking the very foundations of the state. They lost their war, yes. They were chained and broken, and many were buried in unmarked graves. But the memory of their defiance is now embedded in these hills, a lesson that must not be forgotten. That even when the fight seems hopeless, there is a profound power, a profound honor in standing your ground. So the next time you hear the name Brushy Mountain, don't just think of infamous escapees or tales of hauntings. Think of those first prisoners. Think of the free miners of Coal Creek who were forced to build their own tomb, stone by blood-soaked stone. Because their story is the prison's true foundation. It is the secret the mountain has held for over a century. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. 2 days shy of her 41st birthday, shotgun blasts ripped through the quiet hills of the Indian Territory. She was shot in the back. A coward's ambush. The woman they called the Bandit Queen lay dead in the dirt, just feet from her own gate. The dime novels painted her as a female Jesse James, a ruthless outlaw. But that's the legend. How does a girl who mastered Greek and the piano, born to a respectable family, end her days this way? Today, we separate the truth from the lies to find the real Myra Maybelle Shirley and to ask the question that still haunts these hills. Who wanted her dead? Before the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley. She wasn't born in a dusty outlaw camp, but into a life of relative comfort in Carthage, Missouri. Her father, John Shirley, was a respected farmer, innkeeper, and judge, a man of property and standing. Their home sat on the very edge of civilization, where the rolling prairies gave way to the rugged ancient Ozark Hills. It was a land with a soul much like Appalachia's, a place of tight-knit clans, fierce independence, and memories as long and deep as the valleys themselves. The roots of that spirit ran deep in Myra's blood. Her mother, Elizabeth Hatfield Shirley, came from the same line as the notorious Hatfields of the West Virginia-Kentucky border. This wasn't just a distant relation, it was a heritage. It meant that Myra was born into a world where honor was defended with fists and firearms, where loyalty to family was the highest law, and where an insult was a debt that would one day be paid in full. This was the unwritten code of the mountains, a code she understood long before she ever read a law book. On the surface, however, Myra was being molded into a proper Southern lady. Her father sent her to the Carthage Female Academy, a place of refinement and learning. She studied the classics, mastered Greek and Latin, and could fill the Shirley home with the beautiful, complex notes of a piano sonata. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised, everything a daughter of a prominent family was expected to be. She was destined for a life of quiet dignity, of ball gowns and polite conversation. But beneath the corset and silk beat the heart of a rebel. The same girl who could quote Greek philosophers was more at home in the saddle, racing her horse through the woods with a freedom most women of her time could only dream of. She preferred the company of her older brother, Bud, and his friends, learning from them the ways of the wilderness. She could handle a shotgun with a skill that shamed grown men and knew the hidden trails of the Ozarks as if they were lines on the palm of her hand. Two worlds were at war inside this young woman: the polished, respectable world her father was building for her, and the wild, untamed world of the hills that flowed in her Hatfield blood. For a time, she could walk in both. But a storm was gathering on the horizon of America, a storm of fire and steel that would sweep across the nation, and it would force Myra Maybelle Shirley to choose, once and for all, which world she truly belonged to. Little did she know that choice would burn the life she knew to the ground. If the Ozark Hills were the anvil of Myra's character, the Civil War was the hammer that shattered it and reforged it into something hard and sharp. When the war came, it didn't just divide the nation, it ripped through Missouri, turning neighbor against neighbor in a savage guerrilla conflict. The Shirley family didn't hesitate. Their loyalty was to the Confederacy, and their home soon became a clandestine way station for the most feared Southern partisans, the Bushwhackers. Men like William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, men who fought with a cold fury, found refuge under the Shirley roof. And riding with them were boys who would become legends in their own right, the James brothers and the Younger brothers. This was the world that consumed Myra Maybelle. She saw these men not as outlaws, but as heroes defending their homes. And her greatest hero was her own brother, Edwin, whom everyone called Bud. He was everything she admired: brave, defiant, and free. When he joined the Bushwhackers, Myra's war began. The polite young lady from the academy vanished, replaced by a cunning operative for the Southern cause. Legends say she would use her charm and education to flirt with Union officers, prying information from them about troop movements, which she would then pass on to her brother and his comrades. She became a scout, a spy, a vital part of the shadow war being fought in the Missouri hills. For a time, it must have felt like a dangerous, righteous adventure. She was fighting alongside her brother, defending her family's beliefs. The risk was real, but so was the adrenaline, the sense of purpose. She was no longer just a girl playing piano, she was a player in the great bloody drama of her time. But this was no adventure, and the price of this war was about to be brought to her door in the most brutal way imaginable. In 1864, the hammer fell. Federal troops, tired of the constant raids and ambushes, hunted down Bud Shirley. He was trapped, cornered, and killed. For 16-year-old Myra, the news wasn't just devastating, it was the end of her world. The light of her life, her protector, her idol, was gone, slain by the very men she saw as foreign invaders. In that moment, her girlish patriotism and grief curdled into something far darker, a cold, permanent, all-consuming hatred. A hatred for the government, for its uniforms, for its laws. They had taken her brother, and in doing so, they had taken a part of her soul. The war might end for the country, but for Myra Shirley, it would never be over. She would spend the rest of her life fighting the victors. After the war, the Shirley family fled to Texas, seeking a new life from the ashes of the old. But for Myra, peace was a foreign country. Her heart, forged in hatred, was drawn to the fire. She found that fire in the eyes of the men who, like her brother Bud, refused to surrender. Men like the charismatic Cole Younger, a childhood friend and now a notorious outlaw. Rumors would later whisper of a passionate affair, claiming her daughter Pearl was his. It was a romantic story, but likely just that, a story. The truth, however, was no less dangerous. Her first husband was Jim Reed, another former bushwhacker who couldn't trade his pistol for a plow. With him, Myra stepped fully into the world of the outlaw. Their life was a blur of stolen horses and dodging posses, a frantic existence on the run. In this chaos, her two children, Pearl and Eddie, were born. But this was no family portrait. It was a partnership born of war and rebellion, and it was destined to end in blood. In 1874, Jim Reed's luck ran out. The news that reached Myra was cold and brutal. Her husband had been shot down, not in a blaze of glory, but by an acquaintance who valued the reward money more than friendship. At 26, Myra was a widow, a mother of two, and officially branded the accomplice of a dead bandit. This was the world she had chosen, a world with no honor among thieves. So she moved deeper into the shadows, to a place where the law of the United States was thin and the old ways were strong, the Indian Territory of Oklahoma. There, she met and married Sam Starr, a man from a proud Cherokee family. This wasn't just a marriage, it was the founding of a dynasty. On their land, tucked away in the rugged hills, they established a stronghold. It had a name that was a tribute to her old friends and a warning to her new enemies: Younger's Bend. Younger's Bend wasn't a ranch. It was a sanctuary for the damned. It was a place where men on the run, men like Jesse James and the Younger brothers themselves, could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a place to lay low, protected by the cunning of its queen. The air there was thick with the smell of wood smoke, whiskey, and paranoia. Every rider on the horizon was either a friend or a hangman. This was the heart of darkness, a kingdom built on stolen goods and guarded by guns. Here, the final transformation of Myra Maybelle Shirley was complete. She was no longer just a bandit's wife, she was the mastermind. She never led a charge, her hands weren't on the triggers during the robberies. Her weapons were her intellect and her will. She planned the heists, fenced the stolen property, bribed officials, and used her deep knowledge of the law to tangle up prosecutors in court. And she crafted an image that became a legend. She would ride into town on a fine horse, sitting side-saddle in a velvet dress like a proper lady, but on her hips, for all the world to see, rested two Colt revolvers. She could quote classical poetry one moment and arrange the sale of a stolen herd the next. This walking contradiction, the refined lady and the criminal queen, was her armor and her declaration of war. She had created a monster, and her name was Belle Starr. The two shotgun blasts echoed through the hills and then faded into an unnerving quiet. Belle Starr's horse, spooked and riderless, galloped the rest of the way to the ranch house, its panicked whinny the first alarm. Her daughter Pearl, hearing the sound, ran out to see what was wrong. The discovery she made in the mud of the road, just outside their own gate, would become the final bloody chapter of her mother's legend. The bandit queen was dead, her velvet riding habit stained with the earth and her own blood, her back riddled with buckshot. News of a murder like that travels fast, even in the isolated Indian Territory. It moved from ranch to ranch on the lips of breathless riders, then crackled across the telegraph wires to the newspapers in Fort Smith and beyond. The death of Belle Starr was an event. For the lawmen, it was the closing of a long and frustrating case file. For the dime novelists, it was a dramatic ending they couldn't have written better themselves. For the locals, it was a source of fear and feverish gossip. The queen was dead. But who had dared to kill her? Soon enough, Deputy U.S. Marshals rode down the trail to Younger's Bend. For years, this place had been a no-go zone, a sanctuary for fugitives where the law entered at its own peril. Now, they were in charge, picking through the life of the woman who had so often made fools of them. The investigation began, and the web of suspects was tangled and dark, spun from the threads of Belle's own life. Every person in her orbit, had a potential motive. The first and most obvious suspect was a man named Edgar Watson. He was a tenant on Bell's land, a man with a shadowy past from Florida, rumored to be wanted for murder himself. They had argued bitterly. Bell wanted him gone, and Watson wasn't a man who liked being told what to do. It was a simple, logical motive, a dispute over land and money that ended in violence. But the simple answer isn't always the true one. Then there was her own husband, a Cherokee man named Jim July Starr. He was younger than Bell and was, at the time of her murder, facing his own trial for horse theft. Did they have a falling out? Was he driven by jealousy? Or, as some whispered, did he arrange the murder to silence her before she could testify in some secret deal with the law? He had an alibi, but in the murky world of Younger's Bend, an alibi was just another story. The silence that fell over the hills wasn't one of peace. It was a silence of fear. Bell's network of outlaws scattered, not knowing who among them might be next or who might sell them out for a pardon. A reward was posted for information, but few dared to speak. The killer was still out there, and no one knew how far their reach extended. The hunt was on, not just for a murderer, but for the truth behind the final bloody act of the Bandit Queen's life. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but in the case of Belle Starr's murder, they seemed to grind through mud. The primary suspect, Edgar Watson, was finally brought to trial. You can just imagine the scene in the Fort Smith courtroom. It wasn't just a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle. The room was packed with a tense mix of lawmen, curious townsfolk, and shadowed figures in the back rows, friends and enemies of the dead woman, all there to see how this final chapter would play out. The air itself felt heavy, thick with whispered theories and cold stares. Everyone had an opinion, and everyone was waiting for a conviction. The prosecution laid out its case. They painted a picture of a bitter dispute between a landlord and her troublesome tenant. They spoke of threats exchanged, of Watson's notorious temper, and of his presence near the scene of the crime. They presented him as a man with a motive, the means, and the opportunity. But their case was like a house built on sand. There was no murder weapon. There were no direct eyewitnesses to the shooting. The entire argument rested on bad blood and circumstantial evidence, a foundation that began to crumble under the slightest pressure. Watson, for his part, sat there with a cold confidence. He was no frightened farmer caught in the gears of the law. This was a man who understood the violence of the world. His defense lawyers didn't just deny his guilt. They threw the courtroom doors wide open to the chaos of Belle's life. They argued that putting only Edgar Watson on trial was absurd. Why not her husband, Jim July, who had his own legal troubles? Why not any of the dozens of spurned lovers, jilted partners, or vengeful victims Belle had created over the years? To have an enemy, they argued, was to be Belle Starr's acquaintance. And then, the darkest rumor of all, a chilling whisper that slithered through the courtroom, gave everyone pause. The story of Belle and her own son, Eddie. Their relationship was poison. He was a disappointment, and she was a harsh mother. The gossip was that just before her death, she had taken a whip to him for mistreating her favorite horse. Had the boy's resentment finally boiled over into an unspeakable act? Could he have pulled the trigger himself, or perhaps paid Watson to do it for him? It was a monstrous thought, but in the world Belle had built, it wasn't an impossible one. Faced with a weak case and a sea of reasonable doubt, the jury was trapped. They could condemn a man on suspicion, or they could let a potential killer walk free. They deliberated, and when they returned, the foreman's voice cut through the silence. "Not guilty." A shockwave went through the room. Edgar Watson, the man everyone was so sure had done it, stood up and walked out of the courtroom a free man. And so the law of men had spoken. But was it justice? Or was it just a failure of a system that couldn't comprehend the complex, violent world of Younger's Bend? The court case was closed, but the murder remained unsolved. The killer had vanished back into the hills, becoming just another ghost in the bloody history of the territory. The truth, it seemed, was buried with the bandit queen. The murder of Belle Starr wasn't the end of the story. It was the explosion that scattered the pieces. Her kingdom, Younger's Bend, crumbled without its queen. The outlaws who had found sanctuary there drifted away, seeking new shadows to hide in. The land itself was eventually swallowed up by the relentless tide of settlement and progress. Today, what was once the most notorious hideout in the Indian Territory lies quiet and still, submerged beneath the placid waters of Lake Eufaula. A concrete historical marker stands on a nearby hill, a lone sentinel pointing toward the drowned land, the only official sign that this infamous chapter of the West ever happened here. The fates of those in her orbit were as tangled and often as tragic as her own. Edgar Watson, the acquitted suspect, moved on, but his reputation followed him. He eventually met a violent end himself, gunned down by a vigilante mob in Florida. Her last husband, Jim July Starr, died in a gunfight with lawmen not long after Belle's murder. Her son, Eddie Reed, who some whispered was the true killer, lived a troubled life, eventually becoming a deputy sheriff himself before being killed in a saloon brawl. It seems the violence that Belle had courted her whole life clung to those she left behind, an inescapable inheritance. But there is one final strange twist. Her daughter Pearl, the one rumored to be Cole Younger's child, chose a different path of rebellion. She turned her back on the world of guns and stolen horses and moved to Fort Smith, where she opened a high-class brothel. In a way, she too became a queen, presiding over her own illicit kingdom, a world with its own codes and dangers, just a stone's throw from the courthouse where her mother's killer had been set free. The strongest echo of Belle Starr, however, is not in the ground, but in the story itself. After her death, the legend took on a life of its own. A journalist named Richard Fox penned a lurid book called Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen, or the Female Jesse James. It was a work of pure fiction, filled with sensational tales of her leading bank robberies and stagecoach heists, things she never actually did. This book, and the countless dime novels that followed, created the image we think of today, the pistol-packing outlaw in a feathered hat. The myth completely consumed the woman. You can still visit her grave, tucked away in the woods not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. The original headstone, carved with a bell, a star, and a poignant poem, was chipped away to nothing by souvenir hunters over the decades. A new, protected monument stands in its place. And as you stand there, in the quiet of those Oklahoma hills, you realize the mountains do remember. They remember the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, the educated girl, the grieving sister, the cunning organizer, and the woman who gambled her life on a defiant dream of freedom and lost. So we return to the question that has hung in the air since those shotgun blasts first rang out. Who killed Belle Starr? The law of men never gave us a name. Was it the vengeful tenant, Edgar Watson? Was it one of her own family, a final, terrible betrayal? We will never know for sure. But maybe the real answer isn't a name. Maybe what killed Belle Starr was the violent, lawless world she had so carefully constructed around herself. In the end, the snake she had nurtured in the heart of Younger's Bend finally turned and bit its queen. Her story is a powerful reminder that the Civil War didn't truly end at Appomattox. It continued to rage in the hearts of people like Myra Shirley, leaving scars that festered into a deep and abiding hatred for the authority that had won. She was not a hero. She was not the cartoon villain of the penny press. She was a casualty, a woman whose fierce mountain pride, when poisoned by grief, became a force of self-destruction. She waged a 25-year war against a world she felt had wronged her, and in that war, there could only be one victor. Myra Maybelle Shirley was a woman of stark contradictions, the educated lady who could quote the classics and the ruthless godmother who ruled a den of thieves. She was born with the spirit of the mountains in her blood, proud, defiant, and unforgiving. But that spirit, when broken, forged a legend written in gunsmoke and blood. A girl who was meant to be a lady became the bandit queen, a cautionary tale that still echoes in the hills where she once rode. On a bright May morning in 1866, a young woman named Laura Foster packed a small bundle of clothes, told her father she was running off to be married, and rode her father's mare into the misty folds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She was supposed to meet her lover, the handsome fiddler and war veteran Tom Dooley. But Laura Foster never arrived at their meeting spot. She was swallowed whole by the wilderness, leaving behind only whispers and a riderless horse that wandered home days later. What happened to Laura Foster on that hillside? Was it a simple crime of passion, the tragic end to a tangled love affair? Or was it something more sinister, a conspiracy of silence, a dark secret protected by an entire mountain community, a truth so twisted it would be immortalized in a folk song that haunts us to this day? Today, we become detectives of the past, sifting through the legends and lies to finally answer the question, who was truly responsible for the crime that created the legend of Tom Dooley? To understand what was lost, you have to understand the world that was. Wilkes County, North Carolina in 1866 was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship. The Civil War had ripped through these mountains, leaving not just economic ruin, but deep scars on the souls of the men who returned. They came back from the battlefields and prison camps to a world of poverty and uncertainty, their pockets empty and their hearts full of ghosts. This was a place of fierce clan loyalty, where disputes were settled by family and honor was a currency more valuable than cash. The air in these hollows was thick with pride, resentment, and unspoken tensions, a perfect tinderbox waiting for a single, fatal spark. At the center of this world was Laura Foster. By all accounts, she was a simple country girl, known throughout the valley for her striking beauty and a gentle nature. She lived a quiet life on her father's farm, her world defined by the seasons and the hard work of the land. Her dream was a common one, but for her, it was everything. To marry the man she loved, Tom Dooley. She was desperately, foolishly in love. A love so powerful, it blinded her to the dangerous currents swirling just beneath the surface of their lives. She was a wildflower, beautiful and vibrant, unknowingly blooming on the edge of a cliff. Then there was Thomas Dooley, the man they call Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the prodigal son of the valley, impossibly handsome, a gifted fiddle player whose music could charm the birds from the trees and women into his arms. But the boy who went to fight for the 42nd North Carolina Infantry was not the man who came back. The war and the squalor of a Union prison camp had forged a darkness in him. The easy charm was still there, but it was now laced with a restless, reckless energy. He was a moth drawn to the flame of trouble, and in turn, he was a flame that drew others to their doom. And you cannot tell this story without Ann Melton. Ann was Laura's cousin, a woman of breathtaking beauty and a will of iron. Many believed she was Tom's first and truest love, a bond forged long before the war. While Tom was away, she made a practical choice, marrying an older, stable farmer named James Melton. But her marriage did little to tame the fire she felt for Tom. She was cunning, captivating, and deeply possessive. Ann Melton was the queen of this small, tangled kingdom, and she was not the kind of woman who tolerated rivals. These three lives were knotted together in a web of passion and jealousy that was an open secret in the community. Tom Dooley was courting Laura Foster openly, while just as openly carrying on his affair with the married Ann Melton. It was a dangerous game played in a community where everyone watched and everyone whispered. But even in their quiet lives, a darker shadow was gathering, unseen and unspoken. It was a secret sickness, a shameful disease brought back from the war, and a rumor of a pregnancy that threatened to unravel everything, turning a common love triangle into a matter of life and death. For weeks, the mountains held their secret. The initial search for Laura Foster had turned up nothing but tired men and unanswered prayers. Her father's mare had been found, wandering aimlessly, its saddle empty. As spring turned to summer, a grim silence settled over the valley. It was as if Laura had ridden into the morning mist and been erased from the world. The whispers continued, of course, but without a body, there was no crime, only a heartbreaking disappearance and a community left to wonder. The break in the case didn't come from a lawman's keen eye or a hunter's chance discovery. It came from the fevered ramblings of a woman named Pauline Foster, a cousin to both Laura and Anne, who worked on the Melton farm. Pauline, known to be suffering from the late stages of syphilis which often rotted the mind, began to have what she called visions. She claimed in moments of strange clarity that she knew where Laura was buried. No one knew whether to believe her ravings, but in the face of a dead-end search, desperation won out. Guided by Pauline's bizarre and unsettling directions, a search party made their way to a lonely, rhododendron-choked hillside. At first, they saw nothing, but then one of the men noticed it, a patch of earth that was slightly sunken, the leaves on top unnaturally disturbed. It was a scar on the landscape that didn't belong. With shovels and grim determination, they began to dig into the soft, dark soil. The stench that rose from the ground told them they had found her before their eyes ever could. What they unearthed was a horror. The body of Laura Foster, wrapped in a blanket, was pulled from the shallow grave. She was badly decomposed after months in the warm earth, but one brutal fact was unmistakable. A single deep wound pierced her chest, a wound made with a large knife, delivered with vicious force. There were no other signs of a struggle, just that one fatal act of violence. The burial was hasty, panicked. This wasn't a calculated execution. It was a desperate attempt to hide a body and a terrible secret. The discovery of the grave didn't bring clarity. It brought a new kind of confusion. The scene spoke of chaos and concealment, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The only witness was a woman whose testimony was born of sickness and visions. The only real clue was the nature of the wound itself, a clue that pointed toward a man's strength and a man's weapon. The body had been found, but the truth remained buried, and the questions had only just begun to multiply. From the moment Laura Foster's body was pulled from the earth, one name was on everyone's lips: Tom Dula. Suspicion didn't just fall on him. It crashed down with the weight of inevitability. He was the man she was running away to meet, the last person known to have plans with her. In the tight-knit world of Wilkes County, where everyone knew everyone else's business, the tangled love affair between Tom, Laura, and Anne Melton was common knowledge. Tom was the central figure, the sun around which these women orbited, and when one of them was extinguished, all eyes naturally turned to him. The motive seemed painfully obvious, a story as old as the mountains themselves. The community saw a man trapped between two women, a reckless philanderer who had finally gotten in too deep. The whispers claimed Laura Foster was pregnant with Tom's child, an entanglement that would have forced his hand and ruined his chances with Anne Melton, the woman many believed he truly loved. An even darker rumor circulated that Tom had given Laura a foul disease, syphilis, and she had threatened to expose him, bringing shame and ruin upon them all. In either version of the story, Laura Foster had become a problem, an obstacle to be removed. The circumstantial evidence was damning. The deep, single stab wound in Laura's chest was consistent with the large blade Tom was known to carry, a hunting knife he had brought back from the war. But the most condemning piece of evidence was his own action. As the search for Laura intensified and suspicion began to coil around him, Tom Dula did the one thing an innocent man should never do. He ran. He saddled a horse and fled across the state line into Tennessee, living and working under a false name. This flight was seen by everyone as a confession written across the landscape of two states. Why would an innocent man abandon his home, his family, and his name? To the people of Wilkes County, the answer was simple. He wouldn't. Tom's escape solidified the whispers into a hard, cold certainty. He wasn't just a suspect anymore. He was a fugitive and a murderer. In the court of public opinion, the verdict was already in. But as the shadow of the gallows began to fall over Tom Dula, another, more chilling possibility took root in the minds of the mountain folk. It was a story whispered over hearth fires, a theory that pointed not to the runaway lover, but to the woman at the very center of the storm, Ann Melton. She was Laura's own cousin, the woman who shared her bloodline and her lover. No one was closer to the heart of the tragedy, and many began to wonder if she wasn't the heart of the crime itself. The motive was primal and powerful, a jealousy so fierce it could curdle blood. Ann Melton was not a woman who shared. She was Tom's first love, and in her mind, his only true love. The news that he was planning to elope with Laura would have been more than a heartbreak. It would have been a profound betrayal, a public humiliation she could not endure. In the unforgiving code of the mountains, this was an offense that demanded a reckoning. The legend suggests that Anne, a woman scorned, decided that if she couldn't have Tom, no one would. Laura Foster wasn't just a rival. She was a testament to Anne's failure to hold her man, and she had to be erased. With this new suspicion, people began to re-examine the facts. The star witness, Pauline Foster, who had the convenient visions that led to the body, where did she live and work? On Ann Melton's farm. She was under Anne's roof, subject to her influence and her will every single day. Was it truly a supernatural vision that led Pauline to the grave, or was it a carefully planted suggestion from a manipulative mistress, a calculated move to have the body found only after Tom Dula was long gone and suspicion had hardened against him? Suddenly, Anne's behavior after the disappearance seemed less like that of a concerned cousin and more like that of a cold, calculating conspirator. Her composure was seen as unnatural, her lack of public grief suspicious. The very legal maneuvering that separated her trial from Tom's, once seen as a procedural matter, now looked like a deliberate tactic to keep her off the witness stand and prevent her from being questioned under oath. The community started to see not a woman caught in a tragedy, but a puppeteer pulling the strings from the shadows. The theory that began to form was as simple as it was terrifying. Anne had killed Laura in a fit of jealous rage, and Tom, arriving to find the horrifying deed done, made a fateful choice out of love and loyalty to protect her and take the blame himself. But there was another power at play in these hills, one older and more relentless than a lover's jealousy or a man's guilt. It was the silent, brooding force of the Foster clan itself. In the world of Appalachia, family was everything. It was law, government, and army all rolled into one. The Fosters were a proud and numerous clan, their roots sunk deep into the rocky soil of Wilkes County. To dishonor one was to dishonor them all, and what had happened to Laura was the ultimate dishonor. Their motive was not simple grief. It was a cold, burning rage against the shame that had been brought upon their name. Tom Dula, the charming outsider who had seduced their daughter, allegedly gotten her pregnant, and was the man she died with, was a walking monument to their family's humiliation. Whether he struck the fatal blow or not was almost secondary. He was the source of the rot, the cause of the scandal that was now the talk of 3 counties. They needed more than justice. They needed a cleansing, and for that, blood had to be paid. This created a climate of quiet, immense pressure. It's a theory whispered to this day that the Fosters, realizing they might never get the satisfaction of seeing the clever Ann Melton convicted in a court of law, decided to wage their own war in the shadows. They began to shape the narrative through social pressure and communal expectation. Witnesses who might have spoken of Anne's volatile temper or seen her near the scene found it easier to stay silent. Rumors that pointed away from Tom were mysteriously quashed, while those that implicated him grew louder and more detailed with every telling. Pauline Foster, the key witness, was caught in the middle of this storm. Was she just Ann Melton's pawn, or was she also a member of the Foster clan, being urged by her own kin to point the finger where it would do the most good for the family's honor? In this version of the story, the tragedy was no longer just a crime of passion. It was a battle between a lone man and an entire clan, a clan that had decided, with or without a court, that Tom Dooler was the one who had to hang. With Laura Foster's body discovered and Tom Dooler a fugitive, the investigation snapped into a singular, frantic focus: the manhunt. The law in those days wasn't a team of detectives meticulously gathering forensic evidence. It was a posse of determined men on horseback, driven by a raw sense of mountain justice. Led by former Wilkes County Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, they picked up the trail. But Tom Dooler was a child of these mountains. He had a considerable head start, and the wilderness was his greatest ally. He vanished into the green labyrinth of the Appalachians like a ghost into the fog. For weeks, the posse tracked him through the rugged peaks and dense forests that straddled the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. The mountains themselves seemed to conspire to hide him, offering up 1,000 false trails, 100 hidden hollows where a man could disappear for years. Every snapped twig that wasn't his, every cold campfire that belonged to a hunter, was a dead end that cost the posse precious time. The pursuit was a grueling testament to the land's indifference. It was a place that could just as easily protect a fugitive as it could swallow a victim. The trail grew cold, and it seemed as though Tom Dooler had succeeded, that he had been consumed by the wilderness he knew so well. It wasn't until a legendary mountain lawman, Colonel James Grayson, got word that a man matching Tom's description was working as a farmhand near the Tennessee border that the chase had its break. Grayson and the posse cornered Tom, who gave himself up without a fight. They had their man. To the outside world, this seemed to be the end of it. The promising lead hadn't evaporated, it had been captured. But this capture was its own kind of false trail. It provided an easy answer, a simple villain, and in doing so, it slammed the door on any other line of inquiry. With Tom in custody, no one seriously investigated Ann Melton. Her convenient alibi, provided by her own farmhands, was accepted without much question. The possibility of another party being involved, a drifter or a rival unknown to the community, was never explored. The entire weight of the state's investigation was now focused on building a case against the man they had chased across the mountains. This created a deep and growing frustration. They had their killer, but the evidence was flimsy, built on circumstance, motive, and his flight. They had no murder weapon, no confession, and their star witness was a woman whose mind was crumbling from disease. The community, which had craved a swift and certain resolution, was left with a captive but no real closure. The single-minded pursuit of Tom Dooler had felt like a straight path to justice, but it had led them to a dead end, with the suspect in chains and the truth still hiding somewhere back in the mountain mists. When the lawmen brought Tom Dooler back to Wilkes County in chains, they believed the hardest part was over. They were wrong. As they began to build their case, they ran into a wall, not a wall of brick and mortar, but of downcast eyes, tight-lipped mouths, and sudden, convenient deafness. Neighbors who had known the families for generations suddenly saw nothing. Men who drank with Tom at the local tavern heard nothing. Women who quilted with Ann and Laura knew nothing. The mountain had drawn a breath and held it, wrapping itself in a thick, impenetrable code of silence. This silence was born of a deep and primal fear. Ann Melton cast a long, cold shadow over the community. The whispers that she was the true killer were pervasive, and with those whispers came a chilling question. If she was capable of stabbing her own cousin in a jealous rage, what would she do to a neighbor who dared to speak against her? Her husband, James Melton, was a respected and established farmer. To accuse his wife was to make a powerful enemy. It was a risk no one was willing to take. Self-preservation was a lesson the mountains taught well, and it often meant keeping your mouth shut and your eyes on your own affairs. But the silence was more complex than simple fear. It was also a matter of tangled loyalties. The Doulas, the Fosters, the Meltons, these families were all interwoven by blood and marriage, a complex tapestry of kinship that stretched back generations. To testify against Anne or Tom was not just to accuse an individual, it was to draw a line in the sand between families, to risk a feud that could simmer for generations, passed down like a rusty rifle. Faced with the choice of speaking to outside lawmen from Statesville or maintaining the fragile peace within their own clan, the people of Wilkes County chose their own. The cost of breaking this code was made terrifyingly clear. An old story, told for 100 years, speaks of a woman who lived on the trail Laura Foster had taken. She let it be known that she might have seen Anne Melton walking towards the meeting spot on that fateful morning. A few nights later, her barn burned to the ground in a blaze that lit up the hollow. No one was ever caught, but the message was as clear as the fire itself. Keep silent, or what you own will turn to ash. After that, the whispers died, and the silence became absolute. The community understood. The price of the truth was too high. For nearly 2 years, the case against Tom Doula was a frustrating stalemate built on whispers and circumstance. His first trial ended in a guilty verdict, but it was overturned on appeal. A second trial was underway, and his brilliant lawyer, former Governor Zebulon Vance, was systematically dismantling the prosecution's flimsy case. He had painted Pauline Foster as a delusional, unreliable witness and pointed the finger of blame squarely at the calculating Anne Melton. It began to look as if Tom Doula, despite the mountain of public opinion against him, might just walk free. The truth seemed destined to remain buried, a secret lost to the silence of the hills. The turning point didn't come from a dramatic courtroom revelation or a newly discovered piece of evidence. It came from a slip of paper, a desperate note scrawled in a jail cell. As his second trial drew to a close and the possibility of acquittal seemed within reach, Tom Doula did something inexplicable. He took a pencil and a scrap of paper and wrote 4 simple, devastating words. I and Anne Melton. He passed this note to one of his lawyers, a cryptic and ambiguous message that could be interpreted in a dozen different ways. Was it a confession? A last-ditch effort to implicate the woman he felt had betrayed him? Or was it, as many have come to believe, the key to a hidden truth? The most enduring theory is that this note was Tom's attempt to articulate a complex reality. That he and Anne Melton were both involved, but not in the way anyone suspected. The note wasn't a confession of murder, but a confession of conspiracy. It was his way of saying that the plan had never been to kill Laura, but for Tom and Anne to run away together, and that Laura had somehow gotten caught in the crossfire of their own desperate escape plan. This tiny, forgotten clue, preserved in the state archives, throws the entire accepted narrative into chaos. It suggests a truth far more complicated than a simple love triangle murder. It points not to a lone killer, but to a shared plot, a pact between 2 lovers that went horribly wrong. The note changes everything. It reframes Tom's flight not as the act of a guilty murderer, but as the panicked escape of a man caught in a catastrophe of his own making. It was the moment the legend cracked, revealing a deeper, darker, and more tragic story beneath the surface. The trial was no longer just about who killed Laura Foster. It was about unraveling the true nature of the pact between Tom Doula and Anne Melton. The courtroom in Statesville held its breath. Governor Vance's powerful defense had cast a deep and profound doubt on the state's case. Tom Doula, the man everyone had condemned, now seemed like a victim himself, a pawn in a game played by a far more cunning mind. Acquittal felt not just possible, but likely. It was in this moment of rising hope that Tom Doula's own hand sealed his fate. The cryptic note, I and Anne Melton, was seen by the jury not as a complex clue, but as a simple, damning confession of partnership. The ambiguity that Tom may have intended was lost. The prosecution finally had the link they needed. But the jury's verdict is not the end of this story. For the true unmasking didn't happen under the authority of a judge, but in the enduring judgment of the mountain people, a verdict whispered from one generation to the next. And in that court, the true killer was, and always has been, Anne Melton. She was the dark heart of the tragedy, the hand that held the knife. She was the architect of Laura Foster's death and Tom Dula's downfall. Tom's note was not a confession of his own guilt in the murder, but his last, desperate attempt to point towards hers without fully betraying the woman he still, inexplicably, loved. He couldn't bring himself to write the words "Anne killed her," but he could link their names together in the crime, a final, futile gesture towards a truth he knew would be buried with him. He was admitting his part in the conspiracy of silence, in the cover-up, and in the tragic aftermath, hoping someone would see the truth between the lines. Her motive was a poison as old as humanity itself, a possessive, all-consuming jealousy. Anne Melton had shared Tom Dula, but she had never accepted it. When she learned that Tom and Laura were not just courting, but were planning to elope, to build a life together far from her influence, it was a betrayal she could not stomach. It was an intolerable public declaration that she had lost. The legend, which many hold as gospel, says that Anne, under the pretense of making peace, lured her cousin Laura to that secluded hillside. There, the womanly truce turned into a bitter confrontation, and Anne's simmering rage exploded into a single, brutal act of violence. Tom Dula's only crime that day was one of love and loyalty. He arrived at the meeting spot not to kill Laura, but to run away with her, or perhaps to finally break things off. Instead, he found Anne, spattered with blood, standing over the lifeless body of her cousin. In that horrifying moment, faced with an impossible choice, he chose Anne. He chose to protect the woman who had been his first love, the captivating, manipulative woman who held his heart in a vice. His crime was not murder, but the digging of a shallow grave and the weaving of a lie that would cost him his life. The court of law would hang Tom Dula. But the court of the mountains knew better. They unmasked a killer far more frightening than a reckless young man, a beautiful, jealous woman who let the man she claimed to love swing from a rope for a crime she committed. The true climax of this story is not a guilty verdict, but the chilling realization that the real monster walked free, leaving a ghost and a legend in her wake. Let us now go back to that hillside, not as speculators, but as silent witnesses to the truth the mountains have held for over a century. The sun was warm that morning, filtering through the leaves of the old oak trees. Laura Foster arrived first, her heart aflutter with a mix of hope and nervous fear. In her hands, she clutched a small bundle of clothes, everything she needed to start a new life with the man she loved. She believed she was there to meet Anne for a final, difficult conversation, a truce, or a parting of ways between cousins before she and Tom disappeared together forever. She was a lamb, walking trustingly into the slaughterhouse. When Anne arrived, the air grew thick with a tension the warm sun could not touch. The conversation started with forced pleasantries, but the venom was not far beneath the surface. We will never know the exact words that were spoken, but we can hear their echoes. Anne's voice, once familiar, likely turned to ice. Accusations flew like stones, words of betrayal, of stolen love, of shame and jealousy. The beautiful clearing, meant to be the starting point of a new life, became a courtroom with only one judge and one executioner. There was a sudden, violent movement, a flash of steel in the dappled sunlight. It was not followed by a blood-curdling scream, but by a sharp, surprised gasp from Laura, a sound of disbelief more than pain. That sound was cut short, replaced by a soft thud as her body crumpled onto the blanket of leaves. The small bundle of clothes fell from her grasp, spilling a pathetic collection of folded dresses and girlish dreams onto the forest floor. In an instant, the birds in the surrounding trees fell silent. The wind itself seemed to die, and the woods were plunged into a profound and unnatural stillness. The hot rage in Anne's veins cooled to a chilling dread. She stood for a long moment, breathing heavily, the knife now feeling cold and alien in her hand. She looked down, not at her cousin, but at a problem that had been solved, creating a far greater one in its place. Laura's eyes were open, staring blankly at a sky she could no longer see. The silence of the clearing was now an accusation, a ringing void that was louder than any scream. Sometime later, Tom Doola walked into that clearing. He carried his fiddle in one hand and a shovel in the other, ready to dig a fire pit for the camp where he and Laura would spend their first night of freedom. He saw Anne first, standing like a stone statue. Then his eyes fell to the ground. The world stopped turning. He saw Laura, unnaturally still, her simple bundle of clothes scattered beside her like a child's forgotten toys. No words were needed. A look passed between Tom and Anne, a look of horror from him, and a look of desperate, silent pleading from her. In that moment, Tom Doola was no longer a lover planning an elopement. He became a protector of a terrible secret. He was a man of a certain mountain honor, and his honor, however twisted, belonged to Anne. His choice was made in that silent, horrifying instant. He set down his fiddle. He took the shovel, the tool he had brought for a life-giving fire, and began to break the earth. The rhythmic scrape and thud of the blade was the only sound in the clearing, a sound of a man digging not just into the soil, but into a lie so deep it would entomb them all. The trial of Tom Doola was more than a legal proceeding. It was a circus. Moved from the heated atmosphere of Wilkes County to the more neutral ground of Statesville, it became the sensation of the decade. The courtroom was packed every day with a sweating, breathless crowd, hungry for every sordid detail. You have to imagine the scene, a clash between the raw, unwritten code of the mountains and the starched collar justice of the state. At the head of Tom's defense was none other than Zebulon Vance, a celebrated former governor and Confederate officer, the most famous lawyer in North Carolina. The stage was set for a battle of titans over the life of one troubled fiddler. The prosecution built its case on a rickety foundation of circumstance. They presented their motive. Tom killed Laura to be free to continue his affair with Anne Melton, or to silence her about a pregnancy or a shameful disease. They leaned heavily on his flight to Tennessee, painting it as a clear admission of guilt. And at the center of their case was their star witness, Pauline Foster, who recounted her strange visions and claimed Anne Melton had confessed to her. But under the searing cross-examination of Governor Vance, her testimony crumbled, revealed as the confused and contradictory ramblings of a woman ravaged by illness. Vance's defense was a masterpiece of oratory and deflection. He portrayed his client not as a killer, but as a simple, honorable soldier who had been ensnared by a manipulative woman. With every question, with every booming objection, he pointed a long, accusatory finger directly at the empty chair where Anne Melton should have been sitting. He argued that she, driven by a mad jealousy, was the true murderer, and that Tom was either an innocent man framed for her crime or a foolishly noble one protecting her. He tore Pauline Foster's credibility to shreds, leaving the jury with a case full of smoke and shadows. Throughout the proceedings, Tom Doola was a picture of stoic calm. While lawyers battled and witnesses wept, he sat composed, his face an unreadable mask. It was not the defiance of an innocent man, nor the arrogance of a cold-blooded killer. It was the quiet, unnerving acceptance of a man who had already made his peace with his fate. Anne Melton, meanwhile, was safe. Thanks to a legal maneuver that separated their trials, she could not be compelled to testify against him, nor he against her. She remained a ghost, an unseen presence whose guilt or innocence was debated in the courtroom, but never tested under oath. Despite Vance's brilliant defense and the thinness of the evidence, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Tom Dula was sentenced to hang. He appealed, and a second trial was held, but the outcome was the same. The legal system had its killer. But back in the hollows of Wilkes County, the verdict was met with a grim, knowing shake of the head. This wasn't justice, it was a convenience. They had hanged the fool and let the serpent go free. On the gallows, on May the 1st, 1868, Tom Dula played a final mournful tune on his fiddle. He then stood before the massive crowd and spoke his last, carefully chosen words. "Gentlemen, I stand before you today, and I declare that I am the only person who had a hand in the death of Laura Foster." It sounded like a confession, but it wasn't. He didn't say he killed her. He said he had a hand in her death, the hand that dug the grave, the hand that held the secret. With those ambiguous words, he plunged the gallows into the ground and stepped into legend, a martyr in the eyes of his people, protecting the woman he loved to the very end. The gallows rope that snapped Tom Dula's neck did not end the story. It merely scattered the characters to their own private hells. The tragedy rippled outwards, forever altering the lives of everyone it had touched. For Anne Melton, the woman at the dark heart of it all, there was no victory, no triumphant return to her life with Tom gone. She had won, but the prize was a life sentence of suspicion and isolation. She returned to her husband, James, but she was a pariah in her own community. The whispers followed her like a shroud. Neighbors would fall silent when she entered a room, their eyes holding a cold, knowing judgment that no court could ever deliver. She was a ghost among the living, haunted by the memory of the man who died for her and the cousin she sent to a shallow grave. The legend of her end is as dark as her life. Years later, ravaged by the same syphilis that had plagued them all, Anne lay on her deathbed. As a furious storm, a true mountain tempest, clawed at the walls of her home, she was seized by a final, terrifying need to confess. The local myth, told as gospel, claims that as she drew a rattling breath to speak the truth of what happened on that hillside, a bolt of lightning struck the chimney. The roar of thunder was deafening, shaking the house to its foundation and drowning out her final words. Her secret, whatever it was, died with her, snatched away by an act of God or the devil, leaving only the legend behind. The lives of the other players were just as irrevocably broken. Pauline Foster, the tragic and unreliable witness, was cast out. Her reputation was in tatters, and her mind continued its slow, merciless decay. She died not long after, a victim of her disease and a pawn in a game far beyond her comprehension. Laura's father lived out his days with the hollow ache of a man who got a conviction, but not the truth. His daughter's memory forever tied to scandal and a famous murder ballad. The Dula family bore the shame of the gallows. They retrieved Tom's body and buried him in their family plot, his grave marked by a simple fieldstone that is still visited to this day. They never believed he was a murderer, but a fool who died for a wicked woman's love. They lived with the stigma, their name now synonymous with the most infamous crime in North Carolina history. Even the men who were merely actors in the final drama were marked by it. Governor Zebulon Vance went on to serve as a U.S. Senator, but the Dula case remained one of his most famous, a rare and public loss in a celebrated career. Colonel James Grayson, the lawman who captured Tom, was further cemented as a folk hero, the man who always got his man. But for the families at the heart of the story, there was no glory, no moving on. The crime left a wound on the soul of Wilkes County, a scar that would be passed down through generations, a cautionary tale of love, jealousy, and the devastating price of silence. The rope that hanged Tom Dula didn't silence his story. It just gave it a voice that would echo for a century and a half. The traces of this tragedy have not vanished. They are etched into the very soil of Wilkes County, tangible reminders that this is not just a legend, but a true story of love and death. You can still visit Tom Dooley's grave today. It's a simple plot of family land marked by a weathered stone, where visitors often leave small tokens, a coin, a flower, a guitar pick, offerings left for the ghost of a handsome fiddler. Miles away, Laura Foster lies in a different cemetery, her final resting place far from the man she died for, their separation in death as permanent as it was in life. But the most powerful remnant is not made of stone, it's made of music. Long before the lawyers and the newspapers, the people of the mountains preserved the story in the only way they knew how. They sang about it. The original folk ballad of Tom Dooley was a raw, haunting piece of oral history passed down through generations. Its verses were often darker and more complex than the famous version, with lines that pointed the finger directly at Anne Melton, capturing the community's true belief. It was this local ballad that kept the memory alive, a flickering candle in the dark hollows of time. Then, in 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded their version. They simplified the narrative, smoothed out the rough edges, and turned a sordid Appalachian murder into a romantic, chart-topping hit. Their song, with its catchy rhythm and mournful refrain, blasted the story across the world. It cemented the name Tom Dooley in the popular imagination and ensured that this small-town tragedy would achieve a strange and lasting immortality. The song is the story's living ghost, a tune that drifts on the radio waves, its tragic origins unknown to most who hum along. Today, if you travel those winding roads in Wilkes County and talk to the old-timers, the story is still there, living and breathing. They will point you toward the hills where Laura's body was found, a place still thick with rhododendron and shadow. They'll tell you that on a quiet night, when the wind sighs through the pines, it sounds like the mournful notes of Tom Dooley's fiddle. And some will swear that if you're near that lonely hillside after dark, you might just see a spectral figure wandering through the trees, the ghost of Laura Foster, forever searching for the lover who was supposed to meet her on that long-ago morning. The world might have forgotten the details, but the mountains never do. So we return to the question that hung in the mist at the very beginning. What happened to Laura Foster? The answer, we find, is not a simple one. It was not just a crime of passion. It was a perfect storm, a tragedy born from a collision of desperate love, savage jealousy, a twisted code of mountain honor, and a community that chose silence over a truth that was too dangerous to speak aloud. The law, in its formal and rigid way, found a killer. But it never found the whole truth. It settled for a convenient villain and closed the book, content to let the deeper, darker story fester in the shadows. This is a story that teaches us a hard lesson, that justice and the law are not always the same thing, especially in a place where family loyalty is its own kind of law. It's a chilling reminder of how a single, violent act can poison generations, and how a lie, once told, can take on a life of its own. But more than that, the legend of Tom Dooley is a testament to the enduring power of a story. The courts delivered a verdict, but the people of the mountains delivered a ballad. And in the end, it was the song, not the law, that kept the truest version of the story alive. The Ballad of Tom Dooley is more than just a folk song. It is the final testament of a community that knew the truth and chose to sing it rather than speak it. It's the ghost of a handsome fiddler, forever playing a mournful tune for the foolish choice he made. It's the whispered confession of a guilty woman, a confession the thunder tried to drown out. It's the cry of a young girl, silenced by a knife on a lonely hillside. The courts may have closed the case, but the mountains never did. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of the truth as a mournful old song is willing to give up. You can find places like this all over Appalachia. A quiet spot on the edge of town where a creek whispers over smooth stones and the only sound is the rustle of leaves in the canopy above. It feels peaceful, timeless even. But this ground, right here on the outskirts of Winston-Salem, holds a memory soaked in blood and betrayal. Over a century ago, this gentle quiet was shattered by the crack of a pistol. This is the very spot where they found a young woman named Ellen Smith. Her life ended by a single bullet fired straight into her heart. Her story became a legend, immortalized in one of America's most famous murder ballads. But a song is not the whole truth. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of that old, mournful tune and listen for the real story. We're here to ask the questions the ballad never answered. Who was Ellen Smith, and why did the story of her death refuse to die? Let's turn back the clock to 1892. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, was a town caught between two worlds. The sweet, heavy scent of curing tobacco from the new R.J. Reynolds factories hung in the air, a promise of new money and new industry. But just beyond the town limits, the old ways of Appalachia held fast, a world of hard work, strict honor, and unwritten rules that could govern a person's life and death. It was a place of opportunity, but also a place where a person's reputation was everything, especially for a young woman trying to make her way alone. Into this world came Ellen Smith. She was barely 19, a girl from the surrounding foothills who, like so many others, was drawn to the town by the prospect of a steady wage. She found work as a maid at the Zinzendorf Hotel, a bustling hub where the wealthy tobacco barons mixed with travelers and local townsfolk. By all accounts, she was pretty, quiet, and hard-working. She carried out her duties, changing linens and serving meals, likely dreaming of a life far removed from the hard-scrabble farm she had left behind. She was just one of hundreds of anonymous girls hoping for a bit of luck, maybe even a bit of love. And then there was Peter de Graaf. If Ellen was invisible, Peter was anything but. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes, and moved with the easy confidence of a man whose father was a well-respected citizen. He had a place in society, a name that carried weight. But beneath that polished surface, a different reputation festered. Peter was known to be a heavy drinker, a gambler, a man with a taste for women and trouble. He was charming, yes, but it was a dangerous charm, the kind that promised excitement but often delivered ruin. Their worlds collided within the walls of the Zinzendorf Hotel. He, the privileged customer, she, the humble servant. It was a classic, perilous dynamic. A man like Peter de Graaf would have seen a girl like Ellen Smith as a simple conquest, a dalliance with no consequences. But for Ellen, the attention of such a man, someone so far above her station, must have felt like a fairy tale. He was a glimpse into a world of comfort and status she could only dream of. And so, it began. An affair that was, for a time, an open secret whispered about in the hotel kitchens and the town's back alleys. Peter would visit her. They'd be seen walking together near the edge of town, away from judging eyes. To the rest of the world, it was a familiar, predictable story. But for the two people living it, it was a path that was quickly leading them toward a dark and unforgiving horizon, a point from which neither of them would ever truly return. A story like this isn't just found in the dirt and leaves of a crime scene. The real evidence, the kind that survives a century, is often buried in a different kind of silence, the quiet hush of a library archive. That's where the whispers from the past are preserved, pressed between the pages of old books and captured on reels of microfilm. And that's where I found this, a newspaper clipping from the summer of 1892, just a few days after Ellen's body was discovered. At first glance, it's what you'd expect. The headline is sensational, talking of a dastardly deed and a shocking murder. It names Peter de Graaf as the prime suspect. But the official facts are not the most important thing on this page. Tucked away in the third paragraph is a single, carefully worded phrase. The article mentions the town's rampant speculation about the victim's unfortunate condition. You see, this isn't just a piece of paper. It's a fossilized rumor. In the polite, coded language of the Victorian era, unfortunate condition meant only one thing. Ellen Smith was believed to be pregnant with Peter de Graaf's child. This single, unproven whisper, printed for all to see, was the spark that lit the fuse. Suddenly, this wasn't just a story of a lover's quarrel. It was a story of honor, shame, and desperation. This one sentence transforms the entire narrative. The affair was no longer a secret dalliance. It became a time bomb. For Peter, it was a threat to his engagement to a more suitable woman and a stain on his family's good name. For Ellen, it was a last, desperate hope for legitimacy. The question this old newspaper forces us to ask is a heavy one. How does a whispered rumor in a small southern town build enough pressure to end in a gunshot? That newspaper clipping only reported what everyone was whispering. But for Ellen and Peter, that rumor was a stark, terrifying reality. Imagine a hushed, desperate conversation in a shadowed corner of the hotel, away from the prying eyes of guests and staff. This is where the love story, if it ever was one, truly died, and the countdown to tragedy began. Ellen, likely terrified but resolute, would have told Peter about the child. For her, it was a plea for salvation. In that moment, she wasn't just his lover. She was the mother of his heir, and in the unwritten code of the mountains, that demanded action. She would have asked him to do the right thing, to marry her and give their child a name. Peter de Graaf, however, was already promised to another woman, Fanny Faust, a bride his family approved of. Ellen's news was not a blessing, it was a catastrophe. It was a threat to his reputation, his inheritance, and his entire future. The easy charm he had used to woo her would have vanished, replaced by a cold panic. To him, her plea for marriage was not a request for honor, but an ultimatum that could unravel his entire world. The days that followed must have been a private hell for both of them. Their secret meetings would no longer have been filled with affection, but with bitter arguments. He likely offered her money, told her to leave town and never come back, to solve the problem on her own. But Ellen wouldn't have backed down. For her, this was not a problem to be disposed of. It was her life, her child's life. Her desperation would have made her bold, perhaps even threatening to expose him to his family and his fiancée. What started as a whispered secret between two people was now a festering conflict. Every denial from him would have fueled her resolve. Every tearful plea from her would have deepened his fear. The seeds of conflict were sown not in jealousy or simple hatred, but in a clash of two inescapable realities. She needed a husband to avoid ruin, and he needed to get rid of her to avoid the very same fate. The air between them grew thick with unspoken violence, and time was running out. Newspaper clippings and court records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its soul. For that, you have to talk to the people who keep the memories alive. I found that soul in a conversation with a local historian, a man whose great-grandfather had known the de Graaf family. He wasn't a professor in some university. He was a man whose family had lived on this soil for 200 years, and whose memory was a library of local lore. We sat on his porch, overlooking the hazy blue line of the distant mountains. He told me the official story, the one we all know. The affair, the rumored pregnancy, the arrest. But then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his voice dropping a little lower. "Now, this part you won't find in any court record," he said. "This is the story that was passed down. The papers will tell you Peter had a motive, but they don't tell you why it had to happen on that specific day. According to the tale that's been told around here for over a century, Ellen Smith had given Peter de Graaf an ultimatum. It wasn't just a tearful plea for marriage anymore. She was done with his stalling and his empty promises. She told him that if he didn't agree to marry her, she was going to walk over to his father's house that very afternoon and tell the old man everything. Suddenly, the timeline snaps into sharp, terrifying focus. This wasn't a problem Peter could put off until next week. It was a crisis with a deadline measured in hours. Exposing the secret to his prominent father would have brought immediate and absolute ruin. It was one thing for the town to whisper, but for the patriarch of the de Graaf family to hear it from Ellen herself. That was unthinkable. Peter, cornered and desperate, knew he had to stop her, and he had to do it right then. This personal testimony, passed down through generations, gives us the missing piece of the puzzle, the emotional trigger for what was about to happen. The ultimatum hung in the hot, still air between them. It wasn't a tearful plea anymore. It was a declaration. Ellen was going to his father's house, today. For Peter de Graaf, the world had just shrunk to the size of a ticking clock, and every second brought ruin closer. The charming dandy, the confident man about town, was gone. In his place was a cornered animal, staring down the collapse of his carefully constructed life. The whispers of the town were one thing. A public confrontation with his father was another. It meant the end of his engagement, the loss of his inheritance, and the fury of a patriarch whose name he was about to disgrace. He couldn't let her get to that house. He had to stop her. But he couldn't do it in the open. He needed to move her away from the center of town, away from prying eyes, away from anyone who might hear an argument or a scream. And so, the mask of the charmer went back on, one last, terrible time. He would have softened his voice, feigned surrender. He likely told her she was right, that they needed to talk it through properly, away from the hotel. "Let's walk," he would have suggested, "down by the water race, where we can be alone. We'll figure this out." Did a flicker of hope ignite in Ellen's heart? Did she believe for just a moment that her desperate gamble had worked, that he was finally going to do the right thing? Or did a cold knot of fear tighten in her stomach? We will never know. But we know she agreed. Perhaps she felt she had no choice but to see it through. So she walked with him, away from the safety of the busy streets, away from the life she knew. Each step they took together was a step further from her world and deeper into his. They made their way toward the outskirts of town, toward the secluded spot by the old paper mill. The path would have grown quieter, the sounds of the town replaced by the buzz of insects and the steady rush of the water in the race. It was a sound loud enough to swallow other sounds. It was a place for secrets. They were alone now. No one to see them, no one to hear them. The pretense could finally be dropped. This was not a place for reconciliation. It was a place for a final, brutal resolution. The time for talk, for lies, for empty promises was over. The time for consequences had arrived. Standing there, with the sound of the water in his ears and the threat of his ruin standing before him, Peter de Graaf made his choice. In that moment, the path forward narrowed to a single violent act. There was no turning back. And so, I've come back to this place. The old paper mill is long gone, its foundations swallowed by a century of weeds and vines. But the path is still here, and the water race, though now just a shallow, meandering creek, still whispers the same story to the stones. There are no historical markers, no monuments. This place has been allowed to forget, to let nature cover up the memory of what happened here. But the scar is the landscape itself. There are no bullet holes in a wall to show you, no faded bloodstains preserved under glass. The evidence is the geography of the crime. Look how secluded it is, even now. You can see how the thicket of trees would have swallowed them, hiding them from the road. You can hear how the constant rush of the water would have been just loud enough to muffle the sound of a raised voice or a single sharp crack of a pistol. This is the real, physical proof. This clearing was not a random spot. It was chosen. This was the end of the line. Standing here, in the same oppressive summer humidity they would have felt, you can almost hear the final desperate words exchanged. This wasn't a sudden burst of rage. This was an execution, planned in the desperate few minutes it took to walk from the edge of town into this green, silent tomb. Right here, in this quiet, forgotten clearing, the final brutal act of our story unfolded. The time for lies was over. Standing in that secluded clearing, Ellen would have stood her ground, her voice steady with the conviction of a woman with nothing left to lose. She would have repeated her ultimatum one last time. I am going to your father's house. I am going to tell him everything. Those were the words that sealed her fate. For Peter de Graaf, the sound of the rushing water faded away, and the world narrowed to this single, unmovable obstacle standing between him and his future. The panic that had been churning inside him cooled into a terrible, simple clarity. He would have felt the weight in his coat pocket, a heavy, cold reassurance. He had likely brought it with him for this very purpose, a final option he hoped he wouldn't have to use. But her resolve, her refusal to be silenced or sent away, had exhausted all other possibilities. In his mind, she had backed him into this clearing, into this moment. There was only one way he could walk out of here alone, with his secret safe and his future intact. The choice was made. And then, the argument ended. It ended not with a resolution, but with a sharp, violent punctuation. A single, sharp report cracked the humid air, a sound far too loud and deliberate to be a snapping twig. It was a sound that ripped through the drone of the insects and the murmur of the creek, echoing off the trees for a brief moment before being swallowed by the woods. A flock of startled birds erupted from the canopy, their panicked calls the only immediate response to the unnatural noise. There would have been no scream, just a look of profound, final surprise on Ellen's face. A flicker of disbelief as she looked down at her own chest, as if to understand what had just happened. Her hands, which might have been clenched in anger or raised in pleading, fell limp to her sides. She crumpled to the ground without a sound, a final, soft exhalation of breath, the only testament to the life that had just been stolen from her. The vibrant, determined young woman was gone, replaced by a still, silent form. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the creek and the slow settling of dust motes in the shafts of afternoon sun. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt powder. Peter would have stood there, his heart hammering against his ribs, staring at what he had done. There she was, poor Ellen Smith, lying on the cold, cold ground. A single dark circle, no bigger than a coin, began to blossom on the fabric of her simple dress right over her heart. It was a neat, tidy, and absolutely final solution to his problem. Then, the cold clarity shattered, and the animal panic returned. His survival instinct screamed at him to run. He turned his back on what he had done, on the woman who had carried his child and his secret. He didn't look back. The rustle of his footsteps, quick and desperate through the underbrush, was the last human sound to disturb the scene. The woods swallowed him up, leaving behind only an awful, profound silence. And in the clearing, the sun continued to shine, the water continued to flow, and the birds eventually returned to their branches. Nature, indifferent and eternal, began the slow work of reclaiming the scene. Ellen Smith was left alone, with only the indifferent sky and the whispering trees as witnesses to her final moments. The story of the violence lives in the soil of that clearing, but the story of the aftermath is preserved in a different kind of silence, the quiet, dusty archives of the Forsyth County Courthouse. Here, the raw, human tragedy of Ellen Smith's death was translated into the cold, formal language of the law. I've held the photocopies in my own hands. The coroner's report, the court docket, the arrest warrant. Each one tells a piece of the story, but it's a version scrubbed clean of all emotion. The coroner's inquest is a marvel of clinical detachment. It describes the location where the body was found and the position in which she was lying. And then, the cause of death is recorded with chilling simplicity. Gunshot wound. That's it. Just 2 words to extinguish a life filled with hope, fear, and a desperate love. There is no mention of the rumored child, no hint of the ultimatum that signed her death warrant. The official record reduces the entire complex tragedy of Ellen's final moments to a simple medical observation. Then you see Peter de Graaf's name for the first time in the court's ledger. The state versus Peter de Graaf. Charge, murder. Black ink on a ruled line. The paper doesn't record the terror he must have felt as he fled through the woods. It doesn't acknowledge the powerful weight of his family's name or the public's immediate, overwhelming assumption of his guilt. It just lays out a simple, brutal equation. One victim, one accused. The entire storm of passion and desperation is boiled down to a case number. Reading these documents is like looking at a photograph of a house fire. You see the structure, the smoke, the event itself. But you can't feel the heat. You can't hear the screams. You can't smell the ash. The law is concerned with facts, with evidence that can be presented to a jury. It has no vocabulary for the intricate web of honor, shame, and class that drove these two people to that secluded spot. But these dry, impartial papers, for all their lack of soul, were about to set in motion a manhunt that would make Peter de Graaf a household name across the state. The law, once set in motion by those cold documents, moved with surprising speed. Suspicion fell on Peter de Graaf like a hawk on a field mouse, swift, singular, and absolute. He was her known lover. He had the motive, and he was the last person seen with her. He was arrested and charged with the murder of Ellen Smith. But in the courtroom, Peter was a different man from the panicked killer who fled the woods. He was unnervingly calm, dressed impeccably, denying everything with a steady voice. The evidence against him was powerful, but purely circumstantial. There was no murder weapon, no confession, no one who saw him pull the trigger. The prosecution built a case on motive and opportunity, while the defense chipped away at the lack of hard proof. The jury was torn, and the result was a mistrial. For a moment it seemed Peter de Graaf might just walk free. But a guilty man with a reprieve is a dangerous thing. Before a second trial could be convened, Peter made a move that would seal his fate more surely than any piece of evidence. With the help of his brother, he soared through the bars of his jail cell and, under the cover of a moonless night, vanished. To the public, this was the ultimate confession. An innocent man stands and fights for his name. A guilty man runs for his life. His escape transformed him from a suspect into a condemned fugitive in the eyes of the entire state. The law was no longer just seeking a conviction. It was now hunting a man who had made a mockery of it. The manhunt was vast. Telegraphs crackled with his description, and his name was on the lips of lawmen from Virginia to Tennessee. Months went by. The trail went cold. It seemed Peter de Graaf had been swallowed by the continent. Then, a tip came from a world away. He was found hundreds of miles from North Carolina, hiding in the most unlikely of places, working as a common hand in a traveling circus in Robinson, Kansas. The dapper man about town had become a ghost, living amongst the clowns and the carnies. The long arm of the law finally closed around him there, and he was brought back to Winston-Salem in chains, the spectacle of his capture only fueling the public's certainty of his guilt. His second trial was a formality. The courtroom was packed, the air thick with condemnation. This time, there was no doubt, no hesitation. The prosecution now had the most damning evidence of all: his flight from justice. The jury didn't need to see a weapon. They saw a man who had run, and they knew why. The trial was swift, the arguments a foregone conclusion. The jury filed out and returned in what must have felt like a heartbeat. The court clerk asked for the verdict. A silence fell over the room, so heavy you could feel the weight of it in your chest. The foreman, a grim-faced farmer, rose to his feet, unfolded a small piece of paper, and spoke the single word that everyone had come to hear: guilty. The dry legal process that began with a line of ink in a ledger had found its final, brutal endpoint. Peter de Graaf was sentenced to hang by the neck until dead. Every story has an end, and for the people who live them, that end is often found in a place like this, the old Salem Cemetery. It's a quiet library of stone, where the final chapters of thousands of lives are etched into granite and marble. I came here to find the last, quiet resting places of the two people at the heart of our story. It doesn't take long to find Ellen's. Her grave is marked by a simple flat stone, a humble marker that lies low in the grass, easily missed if you aren't looking for it. There is no grand epitaph, just her name and the dates that bookend her short, tragic life. It is a lonely grave for a girl who died alone. And yet, her story has kept this spot from being forgotten. People still come. They know the ballad, and they seek out this small stone as a kind of pilgrimage. Her final resting place is as modest as the life she lived, but the legend that grew from it is monumental. In death, the poor, forgotten maid became more famous than any of the wealthy people buried around her. Then, you walk just 100 yards or so past other weathered stones, and you find the de Graaf family plot. And there he is, Peter de Graaf. His marker is part of a respectable family collection, more substantial than Ellen's, but weathered by the same century of sun and rain. And the irony is so thick you can almost taste it. He killed her to protect his family's name, to sever their connection forever. But here they lie, just a short walk from one another. Enemies in life, neighbors for all eternity in this silent city of the dead. Seeing these two stones, so close and yet worlds apart, makes you realize that the gallows was not the end of the story. It was only the end of Peter's. For the families left behind, for the community that had witnessed the tragedy, the consequences were just beginning to unfold. The final verdict had been delivered, but the long shadow of that day was only starting to stretch across the land. On February 8, 1894, a massive crowd gathered in Winston-Salem. It was a public holiday of the grimmest sort. They came to see Peter de Graaf hang. He was led to the gallows, and even in his final moments, he maintained his unnerving calm. He refused to confess. He did not ask for forgiveness. And here, the history of the event blurs into the legend. The story, the one that truly matters, is that as he stood on the gallows, with the rope around his neck, he handed a note to his brother. Some say it was a poem, a final confession scribbled on a scrap of paper. No one knows for sure if this note ever existed, but it didn't have to. The idea of it was enough. It was the confession the public craved, the final poetic admission of guilt that would become the very soul of the ballad. The trapdoor fell, and Peter de Graaf was gone. But the story was far from over. His execution did not bring peace. For Ellen Smith's family, there was no real victory. Their daughter was still gone, her name still tangled up in scandal. For the de Graaf family, the shame was permanent. Their son was a convicted murderer, his name a stain they would carry for generations. And for Fanny Fost, the woman Peter was supposed to marry, life was irrevocably altered. She had been saved from a marriage to a killer, but she would forever be known as the other woman in a famous murder case. The long shadow of that day fell across all of them. The survivors had to go on living in a town where every whisper, every knowing glance was a reminder of the tragedy. They had to rebuild their lives on the fractured ground of a scandal that was already becoming a local legend. The law had delivered its justice, the guilty party had paid the ultimate price, but the human cost continued to be paid in quiet grief and public shame for years to come. The event was over, but the memory, raw and painful, had just begun its long, slow burn into the community's consciousness. You would think that a story with a body, a killer, a trial, and an execution would have a clear, definitive ending. But it rarely works that way. The song that bears Ellen's name paints the picture in stark black and white. There is a villain, and there is a victim. Peter de Graaf is the cold-hearted killer, and Ellen Smith is the poor, innocent girl he murdered. For the rest of the world, for anyone who has ever heard that mournful tune, that is the end of the story. It is a simple, powerful, and enduring morality tale. But when you spend time here, when you talk to people whose roots run deep in this soil, you find that the truth is never that clean. In the whispers and memories that were never set to music, a different, more complicated picture emerges. While no one defends what Peter did, the telling of the story shifts. In this version, Ellen is not just a passive lamb led to the slaughter. She is a woman who, finding herself in a desperate situation, used the only weapon she had, the threat of public shame. She gave an ultimatum, a high-stakes gamble in a game where she held very few cards. Likewise, in this whispered history, Peter de Graaf isn't a simple monster. He is a weak man, a foolish man, trapped by his own vices and the rigid expectations of his family. He was a coward, driven to an act of unimaginable cruelty, not by pure evil, but by the desperate fear of losing his social standing. This doesn't excuse him. It doesn't absolve him of his crime. But it recasts the story from a simple melodrama into a more complicated and perhaps more human tragedy about two flawed people crushed by the unforgiving social codes of their time. So which version is the truth? Was Ellen the pure innocent from the ballad, or the desperate gambler from the local law? Was Peter a cold-blooded predator, or a cornered coward? The answer is likely lost somewhere in the middle, in the unspoken words that passed between them in that clearing. The official record tells one story, the famous ballad tells another, and the quiet, persistent memory of the community tells a third. The truth, as it so often does, depends entirely on who is telling the story. And this is how a story truly becomes immortal. It's not in the court records or the newspaper clippings. In the mountains, a story survives when it is set to music. Almost immediately after Peter de Graaf's execution, the tale of what he had done was put to a simple, mournful tune. These murder ballads were the lifeblood of Appalachian history, a way of preserving cautionary tales and shocking news in a time before radio or television. They were the people's history, sung on porches and in parlors, passed down from one generation to the next. The Ballad of Poor Ellen Smith is a masterpiece of the form, chilling because it's told from the killer's point of view. It's not a song of remorse, but a cold, matter-of-fact confession. The lyrics, supposedly taken from that mythical note found on the gallows, captured the entire tragedy in a few unforgettable verses. It tells of the murder, the escape, the capture, and the final, lonely walk to the gallows. The song became so powerful, so definitive, that it completely overwrote the messy, complicated reality of the case. The legal arguments, the circumstantial evidence, the lack of a weapon, all of that faded away. The song became the truth. Over time, history dissolves and legend takes its place. The trauma of Ellen's death seeped into the very soil of this place, sprouting ghost stories. For 100 years, people have claimed to see a sorrowful apparition wandering the woods near the old water race, the ghost of a young woman in a simple dress, forever searching for the justice she was denied in life. The real Ellen Smith, the girl who worked at the hotel and dreamed of a better life, was gone. In her place was a folk hero, a ghost, and the title character of a timeless, haunting song, a cautionary tale that still echoes through these hills today. And so we find ourselves back where this journey began, here in this quiet clearing by the water. When we first stood here, it was just a peaceful spot in the woods, a place where nature had seemingly washed away the past. But it isn't quiet anymore, is it? Now, you can almost hear the echoes, the frantic, whispered argument, the single deafening crack of the pistol, and then the profound, awful silence that followed. We came here looking for the truth behind a famous song, and we found something far more raw and complicated. We found a story not just of a simple villain and a helpless victim, but of two desperate people trapped by the unforgiving social codes of their time. We found that the truth is rarely as clean as a ballad's verse. It's a powerful reminder that every forgotten place, every quiet wood like this one, has a story to tell if you're willing to listen. They are silent libraries, filled with tales of love, pride, and the terrible, irreversible choices that can change everything in a single heartbeat. The world that created Peter de Graaf and Ellen Smith is gone. The hotel she worked in, the gallows he died on, they have all vanished into time. The people themselves are little more than dust and whispers, but the ballad is still sung on porches and stages 100 years later, and the story remains. The first shot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse like a clap of thunder, and then the world went mad. In less than 90 seconds, a judge, a sheriff, and a Commonwealth's attorney lay dead on the blood-slick floor, victims of a furious volley of gunfire. The newspapers across the nation screamed of a savage mountain clan, an insurrection against civilization itself. But for the people who lived and breathed the thin, cold air of the Blue Ridge Mountains, they knew the truth was far more complicated. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in the very temple of justice? Today, we separate the legends from the facts to uncover the story of the Allen clan and the epic manhunt that tore a community apart. Before the gun smoke and the blood, there was the land. Carroll County, Virginia, was a world unto itself, a kingdom of mist-shrouded ridges and deep, shadowed hollows carved by creeks 1,000 years old. The Blue Ridge Mountains weren't just a backdrop here, they were a living presence that shaped the people, instilling in them a fierce independence and a profound distrust of the flatlands below. In this isolated world, a man's worth was measured by the land he owned, the family he raised, and the honor he was willing to defend with his life. The seasons, not the clock in a distant capital, dictated the rhythm of life. At the center of this world stood Floyd Allen. He was a man built of the same hard rock as the mountains themselves, a patriarch in the truest sense. He wasn't some poor dirt farmer. He was a wealthy businessman, a landowner with vast tracts of timber and a former county supervisor. His word was law in the hollows. To his friends and family, he was generous and loyal to a fault. To his enemies, his temper was a force of nature, as sudden and violent as a summer thunderstorm. He saw himself not as a citizen subject to the law, but as the source of law in his domain. If Floyd was the fire of the Allen clan, his younger brother Sidner was the ice. Where Floyd was impulsive and hot-blooded, Sidner was cool, intelligent, and calculating. He too was a man of considerable wealth, but he showed his ambition in a different way. Just a few years before the tragedy, Sidner had completed a magnificent new home, the finest in the county. It was a testament to his success, a symbol of permanence and legacy, built with the finest wood and stone. It was a castle for his own dynasty, a place where he expected to live out his days in peace and prosperity. The Allens were not outlaws hiding in the shadows. They were the power in these hills. They were a sprawling, interconnected web of cousins, nephews, and in-laws, bound by blood and a shared code. They were respected, and they were feared. Their influence reached into local politics, business, and law enforcement. To cross one Allen was to cross them all, and everyone in Carroll County understood that simple, unshakable fact. They had built a world that answered to them and them alone. In these mountains, there were two kinds of law. There was the law written in books, administered by judges and lawyers from towns who didn't understand the ways of the high country. Then there was the unwritten law of the mountains, the code of honor. This code said that family was absolute, that an insult could not go unanswered, and that a man had the right to settle his own disputes. To be arrested and dragged before a judge for defending your kin was more than a legal problem. It was a profound public humiliation. It was an attack on your name and your very manhood. But the outside world was beginning to press in, its tendrils reaching up the mountain roads. Telegraph wires hummed with messages from a central government, and railroad surveyors planned routes that would cut through the heart of the old territories. A new kind of law was coming with them, an impersonal, unbending law that had no respect for a man's reputation or the weight of his name. Little did the Allens know, this encroaching world was about to put their code, their power, and their very lives on trial. And when those two worlds finally collided, they would not bend, they would shatter. The Allens didn't just live on the land, they were born of it. Their roots in Carroll County ran as deep as the ancient oaks. Generations before, their Scots-Irish ancestors had pushed into this unforgiving wilderness, looking not for easy living, but for a place where they would be beholden to no king and no landlord. They carved their existence out of the rocky soil, and their claim was sealed not just by deeds, but by the sweat, blood, and bones of their kin who were buried in it. This land was a heavy inheritance, a reminder that they had built their world from nothing, and they would bow to no outside authority that tried to take it away. This deep-seated distrust of distant power was a wound that had never truly healed since the Civil War. The mountains had been a house divided, a place where loyalty to Richmond or Washington could get a man killed by his own cousin. The war left behind a bitter legacy, a deep-seated suspicion that the laws passed in far-off capitals were designed to control and suppress the mountain people, not to protect them. For men like the Allens, the arrival of a state-appointed judge and a Commonwealth's attorney felt less like the administration of justice and more like the arrival of a garrison in occupied territory. In Carroll County, a family name was everything. It was a history, a code, and a burden. To be an Allen was to understand that you were part of something larger than yourself. It meant you never showed weakness, you never backed down from a fight, and you settled your own accounts. The name was a shield for those who bore it and a clear warning to those who might cross them. It carried with it the unspoken duty to uphold the family's honor and dominance, a duty that fell most heavily on the patriarch, Floyd Allen. So when Floyd Allen stood in that courtroom, he wasn't just one man facing a year in prison. He was the living embodiment of generations of clan history. He was defending more than his own freedom. He was defending his family's name and the very principle that an Allen did not submit. The courtroom wasn't just a room. It was a battlefield where the old ways were clashing with the new. Judge Massey represented the cold, impersonal law of the state, but Floyd Allen represented the hot-blooded, unwritten law of the mountains, a law that had been the final word in these hills for over a century. In the weeks leading up to Floyd Allen's trial, Carroll County was holding its breath. This wasn't just about one man's freedom, it was a reckoning. In the general stores, in the churches, and in the dark corners of saloons, the lines were being drawn. To speak in favor of the court was to risk the wrath of the Allen clan. To defend the Allens was to mark yourself as an enemy of the state's progress. Families who had been neighbors for generations suddenly looked at each other with suspicion. The air grew thick with a poison that had been seeping into the soil for years. This wasn't the first time the Allens had clashed with the law. There were stories, old fistfights at county fairs that were settled with a handshake instead of a warrant, disputed land claims where an Allen's fence post mysteriously moved overnight, and business deals where the other party always seemed to get the short end of the stick. More recently, there had been a simmering feud between Floyd and Sheriff Lewis Webb. Webb was a man determined to prove that no one was above the law, and he had made a point of arresting men connected to the Allens for minor infractions. Each arrest was a small poke at the bear, a test of power that Floyd saw as a direct personal challenge to his authority. Whispers spread through the hollows like wildfire in a dry season. People said Floyd Allen had sworn an oath that he would never spend a single night in a penitentiary cell. Others claimed that Judge Massey had been warned not to even come to Hillsville, that the Allens had already passed their own sentence on him. Rumors flew that Allen men were buying up every box of cartridges they could find, and that friends of the family were quietly making their way toward the county seat, their rifles cleaned and ready. Whether these rumors were true or not didn't matter. They created an atmosphere of inevitable violence. The trial became less about the law and more about a final, decisive confrontation. Everyone in the county, from the lowest tenant farmer to the wealthiest merchant, felt it coming. They knew that the feud between the old mountain code and the new state law was about to be settled, and it would be settled not with gavels and law books, but with lead and blood. In the mountains, people listened to the whispers of the woods, and in the weeks before the trial, the woods were sending out warnings. Old-timers later swore that the winter of 1912 felt different, holding on with a bitter, unnatural cold. On the high ridges, hunters claimed to hear a sound that hadn't been heard in decades, the chilling, woman-like scream of a painter, a mountain lion. To the mountain folk, it was a terrible omen, a cry from the land itself that blood was about to be spilled on its soil. It was as if nature was already mourning for the men who were about to die. The human omen arrived in Hillsville with polished shoes and leather briefcases. Judge Thornton Massey and Commonwealth's attorney William Foster were not mountain men. They were agents of a distant government, men who saw the world in the black and white text of law books. They walked into Carroll County with the confidence of men who believed they held all the power, that their authority was absolute and backed by the full might of the state. They could not understand that in these hills they were the outsiders. They were the foreign body that the clan, like a feverish immune system, was preparing to violently reject. On the morning of March 14th, a heavy stillness settled over the town of Hillsville. Sheriff Lewis Webb felt it in his bones. He was a local man, caught between the two great forces. He knew Floyd Allen, and he knew the unbending pride that coursed through the veins of that family. As he strapped on his pistol that morning, he wasn't just preparing for a day in court. He was preparing for a war. He could see the hard, unblinking eyes of the Allen clan members gathering on the courthouse steps. The air was thick and electric, like the dead calm before a lightning strike. Every man in that town knew that something terrible was about to happen. They were just waiting for the first drop of rain or the first flash of fire. The courtroom in Hillsville on March the 14th, 1912, was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The air was thick with the scent of wet wool, chewing tobacco, and raw fear. On the bench sat Judge Thornton Massey, his face a grim mask of authority. Standing ready was Sheriff Lewis Webb, his hand hovering near the butt of his revolver, and scattered throughout the room, in the gallery and among the benches, were the Allens. They weren't there as spectators. They were there as soldiers, their eyes cold and watchful, their coats hanging heavy with the weight of concealed pistols. The jury filed back in, their faces pale. The foreman refused to look at Floyd Allen as he read the verdict. Guilty. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, a sound like a distant rock slide. Then came the sentence: 1 year in the state penitentiary. For a man like Floyd Allen, a patriarch who had ruled his corner of the world with an iron will, this was an unimaginable disgrace. It wasn't the loss of a year of freedom. It was the public destruction of his honor, a declaration that his power meant nothing here. In that moment, something inside Floyd Allen broke. He rose slowly to his feet, his wounded pride radiating from him like heat. He looked not at the judge, but at the men of the court, the men of his county. And then he spoke the words that would ignite a war, a sentence that would be carved into the memory of those mountains forever. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice calm but edged with steel, "I ain't a-goin'." It was a declaration of independence. It was a final, absolute rejection of the court's authority. Judge Massey, stunned by the defiance, quickly ordered the sheriff, "Get your man." As Sheriff Webb took a step forward, the world seemed to slow down. Hands went to guns. Every man in that room held his breath, balanced on the knife's edge between law and anarchy. And then it happened. A single deafening crack of a pistol shot shattered the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd Allen making good on his promise? Was it Sheriff Webb trying to enforce the judge's order? Or was it Floyd's son, Claude, firing from the gallery to protect his father? It doesn't matter. That first drop of blood was all it took. In that instant, the trial of Floyd Allen was over, and the war of the Allen clan had begun. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It had become an execution ground. That first gunshot did not begin a duel. It detonated the world. The courtroom erupted into a volcano of sound and fury. It was not a chaotic panic, it was a coordinated, devastating volley. From the gallery, from behind benches, from the doorways, the Allens unleashed a storm of lead. The sharp cracks of pistols blended into a single continuous roar, a deafening thunder that shook the very foundations of the building and the law it represented. Through the eyes of a terrified witness huddled on the floor, the scene was a nightmare of flickering shadows and brilliant flashes of fire. Judge Thornton Massey was slammed back into his high-backed chair as if struck by an invisible fist. For a moment he sat upright, his face a mask of shock, before sliding silently from the bench. His gavel clattered onto the wooden planks, the last sound of order in a world now ruled by chaos. The symbol of the law was the first to fall. Sheriff Lewis Webb, caught in the open as he moved toward Floyd, never had a chance to draw his weapon. He crumpled to the floor, his life extinguished in an instant. Commonwealth's attorney William Foster staggered back, a look of disbelief on his face, before collapsing amongst the very law books and papers he had used to condemn Floyd Allen. Men who had moments before been arguing points of law were now diving for their lives under tables and behind railings. The air grew thick and heavy with gun smoke, so dense it choked the lungs and burned the eyes. The constant splintering of wood and shattering of glass was punctuated by the screams of the wounded and the terrified. Augustus Fowler, a juror who had simply done his civic duty, was caught in the crossfire and fell, a random victim in a war he had no part in. For 90 seconds, the Hillsville courthouse was the heart of a maelstrom, a place where the only authority was the muzzle of a gun. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A deafening silence fell over the room, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the soft flutter of legal papers drifting down through the hazy, acrid air. When the smoke began to clear, the walls and the judge's bench were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the carnage. The law of the state had been tried, judged, and executed in its own sanctuary. Through the haze, the surviving Allens moved with a chilling purpose. They were not panicked. They were a clan of soldiers retrieving their wounded leader. They scooped up the bleeding Floyd Allen, and before anyone could fully comprehend what had just happened, they were gone. They melted out of the courthouse and vanished into the misty streets of Hillsville, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable slaughter. The war had been declared, the first battle had been won, and the Allens were now retreating into the mountains that would become both their fortress and their prison. To understand what happened in that courtroom, you have to try, just for a moment, to look at the world through Floyd Allen's eyes. In his mind, he was not the criminal. He was the victim of a conspiracy. These men, Judge Massey, Attorney Foster, they were outsiders, invaders who had come into his territory, his kingdom, to strip him of his authority and his honor. The trial wasn't a search for truth. It was a public ritual of humiliation designed to break him and, through him, the power of the Allen clan forever. When the jury foreman spoke the word guilty, it wasn't just a verdict. It was the deepest possible insult. When the judge pronounced the sentence of 1 year in a cage, it was a death sentence for Floyd's pride. In that moment, the switch flipped. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It became a battlefield. The judge was not an arbiter of justice. He was the enemy commander who had just ordered his execution. The sheriff was not an officer of the court. He was the enemy soldier sent to capture him. The primal, unwritten law of the mountains, the law of survival and violent defense of one's own, instantly overrode the written law of the state. There was no room for hesitation. The moment the attack on his honor became a physical threat, the moment Sheriff Webb moved to lay hands on him, the time for words was over. For the Allens, this was self-defense. They were not murdering men. They were eliminating threats. In the cold calculus of clan survival, a judge who would cage their patriarch was an existential danger that had to be neutralized. The volley of gunfire was not an act of chaotic rage. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of their code. It was a preemptive strike to prevent the destruction of their world. As they carried their wounded leader from the smoking, blood-soaked courthouse, there was likely no remorse. There was no triumph. There was only the grim, chilling satisfaction of having met a mortal threat with overwhelming force. They had done what they had to do. They had defended their king and the honor of the clan. In their minds, they weren't fugitives fleeing justice. They were soldiers, retreating from a victorious battle, heading for the high ground to prepare for the long, bloody war that they knew was coming. When the last gunshot faded, the silence it left behind was more terrifying than the noise. It was a heavy, sacred silence, the kind that falls over a fresh grave. In the courtroom, the survivors lay frozen on the floor, the ringing in their ears slowly giving way to the soft, wet sound of dripping blood. The air was a choking fog of gun smoke, and through the haze, the afternoon sun cast long, dusty rays that illuminated a scene from hell. Overturned benches, scattered legal papers stained crimson, and the still forms of men who, minutes earlier, had represented the full authority of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Slowly, the bravest of the townsfolk crept toward the courthouse doors. They peered into the smoky darkness, and a wave of collective shock and horror rippled through them. The news spread not like a rumor, but like a physical blow, striking the heart of Hillsville and knocking the breath out of it. The courthouse, the very symbol of order and civilization in their small world, had been desecrated. It was no longer a hall of justice. It was a slaughterhouse, a tomb for the law itself. The telegraph key began to chatter frantically, tapping out a message of carnage that sent a shockwave across the state and the nation. This was not just a backwoods murder. This was an open insurrection. The governor of Virginia, William Hodges Mann, declared it a direct outrage upon the civilization of the state. He vowed that this act of rebellion would be met with the full, crushing force of the government. The honor of Virginia was at stake, and it would be redeemed in blood if necessary. An immediate and furious manhunt began. Local posses were hastily formed, filled with men fueled by a mixture of civic duty, outrage, and a lust for the staggering reward money that was immediately offered. They were armed, angry, and determined, but they were local men plunging into a wilderness that the Allens knew intimately. As the first groups of riders galloped out of town, they were heading not just into the mountains, but into the Allens' world, where every ridge could hide a rifleman and every neighbor could be a spy. But while Hillsville was a whirlwind of chaos and the state was mobilizing for war, the Allens were already gone. They had moved with the swift, silent efficiency of ghosts. They had treated Floyd's wounds, gathered their forces, and melted into the labyrinth of misty hollows and dense forests they called home. The mountains had swallowed them whole. As the first posses nervously picked their way up the muddy tracks into the high country, they were hunting shadows. The Allens had won the battle, and now, on their own turf, they prepared for the siege. The Carroll County Courthouse massacre didn't unite the community in grief. It ripped it in two. A fault line cracked open, running through families, churches, and friendships that had stood for generations. In the days that followed, the general store became a silent theater of suspicion. Men who had known each other since boyhood would now only nod curtly, their eyes avoiding contact. A word spoken in defense of the slain judge could be seen as a betrayal of your own mountain people, while a word of sympathy for the Allens could mark you as an enemy of the state. Every conversation was a minefield, and silence became the safest language. A wall of silence, as dense and impenetrable as the mountain laurel, rose up to protect the fugitives. It was a wall built of two things: fear and kinship. The fear was simple and immediate. The Allen clan was vast, and their reach extended into every hollow. To be seen talking to a lawman could mean a burned barn, a dead milk cow, or worse. The posses might be in town today, but the Allens would be your neighbors forever. This fear was a cold, hard fact of life that every mountain family understood. But it was more than just fear. For many, the Allens were not monsters. They were their own. They were men who had stood up against an arrogant outside law that sought to humiliate one of their patriarchs. The heavy-handed tactics of the first posses only deepened this resentment. When lawmen from the flatlands began kicking in doors and treating every mountain family as a potential conspirator, they weren't winning hearts and minds. They were proving the Allens' point. They were an occupying army, and many locals chose to side with their own, even if they were now branded as outlaws. This division wasn't abstract. It was written in small, secret acts of courage and cowardice. A cousin of the Allens would find a sack of cornmeal and salted pork left on a stump deep in the woods, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show their face. A farmer whose land bordered an escape route would see tracks in the mud and say nothing. At the same time, another man would look a deputy straight in the eye and swear on a Bible that he had been with one of the Allen boys miles away from the courthouse on the very afternoon of the shooting. These were not just lies. They were oaths of allegiance to the unwritten code of the mountains, a code that was now at open war with the laws of Virginia. The local posses were doomed from the start. They were good men, but they were hunting legends in a landscape that belonged to the legends. For weeks, they crashed through the underbrush, chasing rumors and echoes. The Allens were always one step ahead, phantoms in the mist. A warm campfire found abandoned, a footprint in the mud leading to a rushing creek. It was like hunting ghosts who knew every secret path, every hidden cave, and every sympathetic ear in 100 square miles. The great manhunt was becoming a great embarrassment, and the honor of Virginia was bleeding away with every passing day. Frustrated and furious, the state unleashed a new kind of predator on the Blue Ridge Mountains. They called in the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, the infamous Pinkertons of the South. These were not local lawmen. They were cold-eyed professionals, manhunters for hire, known for their ruthless efficiency in the bloody coalfield wars. They arrived in Hillsville on a special train, clad in city clothes but carrying the deadliest weapons of the age, Winchester repeating rifles and semi-automatic pistols. They brought with them a cold, corporate style of violence, and they saw the mountains not as a home, but as a hostile grid to be systematically swept and cleared. With the Baldwin-Felts agents in charge, the hunt became a brutal, grinding war of attrition. The dragnet tightened. Teams of detectives leading packs of baying bloodhounds pushed deep into the hollows. They moved with a chilling purpose, raiding farmhouses in the dead of night, kicking down doors and dragging men from their beds for interrogation. They cared nothing for the mountain code of conduct. To them, every silent farmer was a potential conspirator, every cabin a potential hideout. The mountains fought back against them. Sudden downpours washed away scents, confusing the dogs. The treacherous terrain lamed their horses and broke the axles of their wagons. The silent, watchful eyes of the mountain people followed their every move, and the forest itself seemed to conspire to hide its fugitive sons. The first major breakthrough came not from brilliant detective work, but from exhaustion and a tip-off. Floyd Allen, wounded and weakened, had been holed up in a cabin, his body too broken to continue the flight. A posse, led by the relentless detectives, surrounded the house at dawn. There was no final gun battle. Floyd, feverish and in pain, knew the game was up. He surrendered. The fiery patriarch finally captured, his personal war brought to an inglorious end. His son Claude was captured soon after. The state had its prize, the man who had declared, "I ain't a-goin'." But as the detectives celebrated their victory, a chilling realization began to dawn on them. They had the lion, but the foxes had gotten away. The local posses had nabbed a few smaller members of the clan in the initial chaos. Now the Baldwin-Felts men had the leader. But Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, and his fiercely loyal nephew Wesley Edwards, the men many believed were the true masterminds of the courtroom escape, were nowhere to be found. The massive, expensive, and brutal hunt that had terrorized an entire county had failed in its most crucial objective. The shadows of the Blue Ridge had been searched, but the cleverest of the fugitives had simply vanished, as if the earth had opened up and swallowed them whole. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen could never have been held in Hillsville. The ghost of Judge Massey still haunted that blood-stained room, and the town was a tinderbox of raw nerves and divided loyalties. Instead, the proceedings were moved to Wytheville, and the trial began under the watch of armed militia. Sharpshooters were posted on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun. Inside, every spectator was searched for weapons. This was not a simple trial. It was a show of force, a demonstration by the state that its authority, once shattered, had been restored with steel and gunpowder. Floyd Allen was carried into the courtroom each day, a wounded lion in a cage. His body was broken, but his eyes still burned with the same defiant fire that had lit the fuse of the massacre. He showed no remorse, no fear. He sat there as a captured king, listening to the legal arguments of a system he had never recognized as his own. Beside him, his son Claude was a study in stoic loyalty, his face a hard mask, ready to share his father's fate. They were not begging for mercy. They were facing the consequences of their war, their silence a final act of defiance. The trial itself was a theater of conflicting truths. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the state, painted the Allens as savage anarchists, a clan of killers who had declared war on civilization. Their lawyers, in turn, fought back fiercely, arguing that the first shot had come from Sheriff Webb, that the Allens had been caught in a trap and had only fired to defend their patriarch's life. Witnesses took the stand, their hands trembling, their testimony often shifting like shadows depending on which lawyer was asking the questions. The truth of those 90 seconds was buried under an avalanche of fear, loyalty, and intimidation. But in the end, the outcome was never truly in doubt. The state needed a conviction. It needed to prove that its laws were supreme. The jury, after deliberating under immense pressure, returned with the inevitable verdict: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. As the foreman spoke the words, a heavy silence fell over the packed courtroom. Floyd and Claude Allen received the news without flinching. They had gambled everything on their code, and they had lost. The sentence was death. Not by the rope, the old way of the mountains, but by the new, clean terror of the electric chair. It was the final, modern symbol of the state's power. But as the verdict was celebrated in the state capitol, a deep and troubling question hung in the mountain air. Was this justice for the men who died in the courthouse? Or was it a calculated act of state vengeance, an execution designed to break the spirit of the mountains and make a terrifying example of the Allen clan? Was the state simply answering one massacre with another, more methodical one? The law of men had won its victory, but many felt it was a victory that left the scales of true justice unbalanced. The state of Virginia was not content with a verdict. It required a final, undeniable demonstration of its power. On a cold spring morning in 1913, Floyd and Claude Allen were led from their cells. They walked to the electric chair not as broken criminals begging for mercy, but as defeated soldiers facing a firing squad. They met their end with the same stoic defiance they had shown in the courtroom. With the pull of a switch, the fire of the Allen clan's rebellion was brutally and officially extinguished. The state had made its point. The old code of the mountains was dead, and this was its public execution. But while the state was executing its prisoners, two ghosts still haunted the law. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards had vanished. The great manhunt had failed. For 6 months, they were whispers in the wind, their escape feeding the growing legend of the clan's cunning. But they weren't in the mountains. They had slipped through the net and made their way hundreds of miles west to Des Moines, Iowa. Shaving their mustaches and taking on new names, they lived a quiet life, working as carpenters. Their fatal mistake was not a slip of the tongue, but a longing for home. A letter, forwarded from a relative, was traced by a patient postal inspector. There was no grand shootout. On a quiet September morning, Baldwin Felt's detectives and local police burst into their rented house and captured the two most wanted men in Virginia without a single shot fired. Their trial was a foregone conclusion. With Floyd and Claude already executed, the public's thirst for vengeance was largely slaked. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards were spared the electric chair, but were sentenced to long, hard years in the state penitentiary, a living death in a stone cage. They were sent away, and the state of Virginia closed the book on the Carroll County massacre. The Allens were finally, completely broken. And here, my friends, the story takes its final, tragic turn. In prison, Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, became a model prisoner. The fire that had fueled the feud seemed to have been quenched, replaced by a quiet, weary resignation. Years turned into a decade, and his health began to fail. In 1926, the governor, seeing a broken old man, granted him a pardon. Sidney Allen returned to Carroll County a free man, but he came back a ghost. He returned not to his magnificent home, which stood as a monument to a life that no longer existed, but as a shadow of his former self. He had outlived his world. 1 year later, Sidney Allen died, his freedom a brief, bitter epilogue to a life of power and ruin. With the leaders of the clan dead or in chains, a heavy, deliberate silence settled over Carroll County. The story of the courthouse massacre was not something to be discussed. It was a wound too deep, a memory too divisive. People had to go on living together, had to trade at the same stores and attend the same churches. And so, the story was buried. It was locked away in the attic of the community's memory, an unspoken horror that everyone knew was there, but no one dared to mention. They tried to move on, to plow over the blood-soaked ground and plant anew, but some scars are too deep to ever truly fade. And what is left of this epic war today, more than a century later? The names are still there. Drive the winding roads of Carroll County, and you will still find the names Allen, Webb, and Edwards on mailboxes. The descendants of the clan and their victims still walk the same land. For them, it is a heavy inheritance, a legacy of both fierce pride and terrible violence. The story isn't told with the old fire anymore. It is a quiet history, a family secret shared in hushed tones, a reminder of a time when the blood ran hot and the law of the mountains met the law of the state in a fatal collision. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't find the old courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, and a new one stands in its place, a symbol of a more orderly world. The 57 bullet holes that scarred its walls exist now only in photographs and memory, the physical wounds of that day finally erased. But drive a few miles out of town, and you will find it. Sidney Allen's magnificent house still stands. It is a private home now, but it remains a silent, brooding monument to the ambition of a fallen dynasty. Its sturdy walls and grand design, a testament to a future that was burned away in a few minutes of gunfire. In the local cemetery, the final chapter is written in stone. Here, the feud is over. The combatants lie in a final silent truce under the shade of ancient trees. Floyd and Claude Allen lie not far from the men they were convicted of killing. The simple dates carved on their tombstones give no hint of the 90 seconds of chaos that forever bound their fates together. Here, they are all equal, their passions cooled, their war finally over. The people of Carroll County tried to bury the story, to let the grass grow over the scars. But the mountains don't forget. They were here long before the Allens arrived, and they will be here long after the last stone on their graves has crumbled to dust. The wind that whispers through the pines on the Blue Ridge still carries the echo of those gunshots. The dark hollows where Sidney and Wesley hid still hold the memory of their flight. The land itself is the final witness, the keeper of a story that is now part of the very soul of this place. So we return to the question that echoed from that bloody courtroom. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in its own temple? After walking through the smoke and shadows of this story, we can see the answer is not a simple one. The slaughter in Hillsville wasn't just the act of a cornered criminal, it was the last, desperate roar of a dying world. Floyd Allen saw himself not as a lawbreaker, but as a sovereign king in his own land, and the court's verdict was an invasion, a declaration of war against his entire way of life. The gunshots were the death rattle of an unwritten code of honor that had ruled those mountains for 150 years. This is a story about the brutal collision of two Americas. It is a story of family loyalty pushed to its most violent and tragic extreme. It is a story of pride so fierce it would rather die in a blaze of gunfire than bend its knee to a foreign power, even if that power was the government of its own state. There were no simple heroes here. There were proud, violent men who met their fate, and a new, organized form of power that meted out its own cold and methodical form of violence in return. The manhunt for the Allen clan became a legend, a defining myth of Appalachia's transition into the modern world. It is a harsh and brutal lesson that reminds us that progress is often not a peaceful parade, but a bloody, painful conquest. The world of the Allens is gone now, buried in the past, but its memory lingers. It serves as a stark reminder of a time when the mountains bred a different kind of man, and when justice was not a matter of law books, but of blood. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. "5 years before the shot heard round the world at Lexington, a different shot echoed through the Carolina backcountry. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance: 'Fire and be damned.' They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government, years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the Old World. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious: a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pew, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper. A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy, it was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plough horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment, turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out two clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air. He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide, a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man, they were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamont's Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying, unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant, high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamont's field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of victory, but a scene of profound and brutal sorrow. The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmer's defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen, must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamont's and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Feud on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamont's battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters, they were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies, and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Trajan's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Feud, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Trajan ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulator's spirit continued. Trajan turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Trajan issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document, effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Trajan's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Tryon's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Tryon's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. But now, it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, exhausted men, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict. But from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound, every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks, you can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.